Yo, what's up guys? It's Circle 2 Square here. Welcome back to another stream. We're here for the Man City Major in the R6 community. We're back. We are better than ever. We are here to watch. We're gonna go bounce back and forth, honestly, watching Fear X versus Geekay and then CAG versus Bleed. Yeah. Tabs are getting a little skeptical. I'm just gonna pick what screen I'm gonna watch. I think I'm gonna watch this in full screen. So yeah, we'll go here and then we'll just full screen this, unmute this. We'll raise the volume up just a little bit, just because I'm gonna eat a little bit. Literally, first thing in the morning. I do.
It's like they've lost the ace. Where do we push? They're all back on site. It's kind of, you know, they're in and out of windows. They're not really confident in the ground that they've taken. Like you say, yeah, they're considering whether they're going to be challenged on flanks. It's all very difficult for GK to win this from here.
I don't know how to get through the Tabaro.
Predictions for the games. I think that GK could win this game, but I think Fear X could win too.
Able to go for it, and they're just going to stack up. You're going to clog up into one door, and it should just be an easy 3-2-1. I hold this angle, and we swing all together. But if they start giving away picks,
really
like
is a toss-up.
You start giving GK a chance of a fight.
That's it. Fear X just need to hold their angles at this point. Rim manages to get one, Demic another, and they've played that final 15 seconds perfectly. The Korean side just closing it out there, shutting down GK. That roam just worked beautifully for them. GK, it's the first time we've really seen them play directly into Fear X's hold. Like you've said, they didn't try to take the space this time. Instead, they went for the kills. They went to push Master. They went to push Solarium, where Demic was on the stairs, and it hurt them. They lost, especially sending the ace in to try and do it. The attacking onto basement, there are a few key things that you really need. Map control is one. You do need that vertical control, but you also really need to be open in at least 2 out of the 3 walls. You need trench wall open, you need the long angle open at the bottom of West Main if you can, and then a big bonus is getting that front side open to even just for phantom pressure.
That's exactly what I was going to mention. I think right from the get-go, if you're doing your spawns with your Thermite, your Thatcher, maybe bring a Nade or Zofia, something, just to stop a bandit trick happening, you get that front wall open and you just leave it. You don't have to sit there and hold that. You just have to have that open, so if you're defending, you know, there could be a guy. We don't know, but there could be a guy out there.
They did go there. The Thermite did go there at the beginning. I'd like to see that back because I don't know exactly what's gone on there, because it obviously
that should be step 1.
It obviously, well, I think it was. I think the intention was that it was step 1. The Thermite goes there, but then the wall never got opened, and the Thermite.
Well, because the guy got fucking shot through a wall.
For me personally, the Thermite's next job is get trench wall, because I much prefer that with a Thermite breach than.
We're gonna reload.
Slowly, we've gone back to that snapiness here, but when you're looking at the right hands, I mean, your team's up and you're
Yeah, this stream is starting to
dead
suck.
yet. You're more than happy to pick it.
Well,
I think Bleed are gonna win this game. Holy shit! And then Jet's disabled.
Dead yet. You're more than happy to pick it.
Well, that's it. You don't need to do anything here as the defenders, and that Bleed aren't. They're just sitting in their positions. They know that they've got utility that they can hold on to.
Damn.
E4 go out there. It's just going to do further time burning. Skyscraper.
Let me see how the Twitch stream is.
Fantastic map. You can defend it in a very layered mentality. Take control of draw.
Yeah, this one's not lagging at all.
And wait.
Let's grab. Okay, we're watching this one on Twitch. We'll watch the other one on on YouTube.
We're going to touch on some stats at this time as well. It could be worth mentioning that the opening pick has gone to Bleed, and more specifically to Hoven every single round so far. Of course, teams never like fighting from behind. Some teams are all right at it. Some teams really seem to struggle. And at the moment, Cyclops are on that struggle side. Great castle barricade.
Great castle barricade. It obviously plays towards that position, but look at the adaptation they're trying to make here. They lost so many people to a single position that wasn't part of the site. This time, they're trying to cut around the back of it before they start hitting onto that. And make Bleed suffer the idea of the pressure that someone can catch them on the rotate round. Mentalist is that long range. This is a very great position that we've seen a player from G2 Blur once back in the day on an SI final turn it round from that very position with a Frost, I believe, behind a shield. So it does get you such a long sight line. They break it with the smoke. They're trying to make some progress. You can see the pressure on towards Geisha window. This is much more controlled here as a team game from KAG.
They're building up to a big 3-2-1. It just depends on how quickly this utility can get shifted around. You can already see their FNATs. They're getting reactivated toward that drum and terrace area. We've still got players deep inside of terrace. We've got Hoven, we've got Turd. They're going to be playing nice and far back. Not going to allow that easy crossing from VIP. You can see that stuns are now going to start to come out. But again, the layered nature of this map means that you can drop yourself back. Finally, we break the mold, and Anatom picks up the first kill here onto Mentalist.
Look at this. They're circling. They're building. Reaps is trying to find the sliver of the fight underneath, but Chibisu isn't overextending. Reaps sure is. Wants the full taste with the pistol, throws the impact rounds, try and get the finish. He knows how close he was to killing Chibisu, and Chibisu knows it just as much. Black Gray finds Reaps in the meantime.
Better.
Gets the end, gets the catch, gets the follow through of someone else's engagement. Asfi, he's forced further and further away from the plant. Hoven gets the cross, and Turd's trying to keep some control. It's Hoven in a 1 versus 1 against the Blitz on the back end of Drum. The Blitz wins it out, leaving just Turd left. 25 seconds.
They
Has
can
the
actually win
ping
this though. It's
on
very
probably
doable.
the most problematic
It just
player
depends
in the
on where
1
this player
versus
is
1, but if he can stop the kit going down,
Sure,
that
that
could be
goes
the
down,
deciding factor here. There's the Blitz. Not revealing anything more than he has to, getting the spray through the side. Turd's under all the pressure, under the sun, and can't find their round.
That's the Blitz effect. That's a kill that Turd picks up 9 times out of 10, but because he knows it's a Blitz, all of a sudden you start panicking because you have to hit that head. You have to take him out. Cyclops, they have turned a timeout into a round. Brilliant. The false start is no more. They picked up that opening kill, and they did a great job of catching those players on the rotation. We saw over-aggression there from Bleed, which is something we haven't seen in the first couple of rounds. Maybe Bleed got a little bit too confident there. Maybe they got a little bit too cocky, thinking that this was, you know, said and done because of the success they'd seen earlier on. KAG are a storied team. These are an experienced bunch of players. And
this KAG team is so different from...
It just so happens that it came at round
KAG
4.
teams previously.
There's still chance to
because obviously they have Anatom. Anatom's their IGL. But now they picked up Shio Rips.
Bleed are going to keep the rotates
He was...
valid. Because to be honest, in their mind, if they
Last time I heard about him was
I think
on the Fnatic Japanese team. Then Saraneka was either also on that team or was on a different Japanese squad.
To defend the top floor than Barbecue Kitchen. It's there, but it's not quite there.
Ooh, it might have been
There's just too many opportunities for a cheese on the
Kit Trot.
Kitchen, I think.
Yeah.
There's a couple of fast plant opportunities.
Or Fennel.
You've got to split.
It was one of those two teams.
You have to play.
And then
top
Chibisu
four
was also on that
anyway,
Fnatic
so
team. He was an up and comer that after Fnatic
could-
struggled
they
to
could
make
get
some
up there.
majors
They did. Do
you
2
wanna know
years
why?
ago. He
Some
left
is
like a
Buffy
year
Barbecue.
ago and joined this team with
It's-
Black Ray,
It's the place to play. The Blitz.
Anaton,
Now, I'm
and
going to give a warning.
what the fuck is his
I think
name?
every single viewer of this tournament is going to see more shields than you've probably ever
Fuck
seen.
is his name?
Ever.
Arcully.
Ever. At this event,
Yeah.
shields with the impact reduction, with the change that came in a little bit before, with the fixing of
I'm
the
also
feat
drinking
that
a
they
Ghost.
should have done. Whatever.
Pink lemonade today.
Shields, you still have to play it with a little bit of intelligence, but
There we go.
you can do so much terrifying and terrorizing work here. Again, slower approach from Cyclops here.
Cyclops, they do well when they go for that slower
Yeah.
approach, though, because it gives them opportunity to catch people out and to get themselves in position. It's a little bit more difficult here because it looks like Bleed have consolidated somewhat. They've not spread themselves too thinly. We can see on the overhead view now, we've got Shurip. He's going to be approaching through Black Stairs. Reaps is going to be playing in and around Geisha here. Will get spotted out on the drone. But he might have options, and well, we can see he has got options. If he chooses to sit here and play his life with a bit of support here from Asfi, it's not the end of the world.
They're trying to get themselves the early warning system. But as this gets blown away, the reason Mentalist
Citizen's
does
like,
that
fuck no.
is because if he did it before, it would have blown that wall as well. The exothermic finds its way and leaks onto the breach, so they can play the extension, but then they can also ensure that that wall stays solid.
It's brilliant as well, and you can see that was very purposeful. It was the last reinforcement used. Nice little pocket job, and all of a sudden, you've layered yourself off again. Now there's single doorways and windows that have to be pushed through. Chibi, he's going to be going for one of these challenges
he
now.
they don't even know
what's going on.
He doesn't even know that
and
Mentalist
he
is
still
here.
doesn't know about Mentalist. This should be an absolute freebie here. He maybe just has to bide his time. The rest of Kaga falling around him as Reaps and Aspie pick up one apiece. And only if it could get any better, Emmy, that's the case.
Again, beautifully attentive, beautifully drawn in from Bleed there. They said, they're chasing me, stay where you are. Mentalist was asking for the angle to be built up from Pantry on the door, but he didn't even need it in the end. We actually saw the kit had been dropped in an engagement across the side of the shoulder. A flawless response from Bleed.
Oops. We'll head over to the next one.
Force nowhere for GK. What a turnaround. What a mid-round adaptation to recognize the problem and say, you know what? There's only one answer here, and it's Route 1.
That is so difficult to do. The initial plan, you know, is pretty basic. Open up the walls, go for the plant. We know that. We've seen it all the time. Whenever that doesn't work and you lose the Thermite charge, their option really is, okay, we either have to push in against the clash and push in the players above, so we have to take gunfights, or we just try and walk in and hope they're not watching. It's a bit of a hope. You're just hoping.
So Dark, the coach of Fear X, is having a timeout with them. Dark is from the Brazilian region, but he came to South Korea to bring a kind of play style to them that they've been missing. They've been not making majors, so Bleed was like, Fear X was like, fuck it, we'll bring in the world champion, or a culture world champion, even though he's never won anything. I think he was on
the gadget that was holding the west main window and also the stairs. Blaz timed that to a T. As soon as that flourish drone exploded, he moved in. I don't even think they could have reacted to that. You know, it's, yeah, so impressive to be able to play through that. And it's a little bit Brazilian-esque, the way that they've moved through that. We see the way Brazilians can play Siege, where they'll win out of absolutely thin air. Yep. And that's kind of what they've done.
Yeah, having that ability is, you know, is a huge bonus for any team. I'd put BDS in the same category. They were one of them teams that, and always have been, where if the round isn't quite going their way, sometimes Sharko just runs into sight, gets 3 kills, and they win the round. And having that ability within the team is a huge, huge bonus. And it's honestly not something that every single team has got. But GK coming out there, showing a great, great adaptation.
They have a Brazilian. Probably get it.
Well, maybe that's where it's coming from. Neskin's just bringing in that spice.
And you have to remember who Neskin played with. He played with Alamau, who does that all the time. You see some of the rounds G2 when they'll win it out of thin air. There's something in it. There's something in the water about that.
Really, really good round from GK.
Something in the
water.
Mistakes,
has to be said at the beginning, but they managed to turn it around. So we head into round 5, and we are absolutely no closer to knowing what is going to happen between these two. Yep. Neither has had any serious advantage so far. It's been
this series is definitely going back and forth. I'm gonna
1-1, 2-1, 2-2. Neither has been able to get an advantage. GK on Chalet, you got to think they're looking for a 4-2 realistically here, Demo. So Fear X at the minute, I would still give them a little bit of an edge. There's 2 rounds to play, and you feel like they've already got their minimum locked in. A 3-3 for them is brilliant on the defense, really, especially for a map that they're not great at playing. They're 1 win for 2 losses in recent history. They haven't won it for over a month. You know, Chalet is not a big pickup map for Fear X. GK, they know this map and like this map. So yeah, Fear X are doing really well at the minute.
The way GK are playing, it's very lurk heavy. You know, there's not a lot really happening in the first minute. They're just trying to gain little pockets of space and seeing if they can get a quick kill just to open up the site. And almost seriously was able to pick off Nova, but just barely misses out. And I say that Nova's repeaked it though. In what universe do you repeak it?
Rin did manage to get one along the way, make that a second coming in from Demic. 4
so we'll
versus
pin
3
this.
now. Fear X are holding the space well again. We saw this back in, I think it was round 2, when GK tried to play directly in and get that space from them. No, sorry, it was round 3. It was when they were holding onto the basement. Whenever GK play directly into the roamers, try and take that space from them, it has proven difficult for them so far.
GK, they were just trying to get picks here and there and try and give them that man advantage, but if it doesn't work, what is going to be your goal? And look how separated they are. You've got 2 players towards the fireplace, and then you've got your diffuser carrier by himself on Solar. He's not going to to be in any position to help the team, or more or less get a plant down. So this is very scary times for GK. They're just trying to individualize their gunfights, and now almost everyone's just trying to play for the kills, but that's not going to work out against a well-structured team in Fearx right now.
Like, I think that Fearx are a really good structured team, especially on defense. They play their crosses really well. Attack gets a little bit hairy, especially because I don't think they truly have an entry player. That used to be Good Boy, but Good Boy's been taking up the IGL role, so he's been a lot more passive. So it should have gone on to Mephi or Demic. Or Rin. Rin's been but Rin in history has been more of a lurker, while their counterpart Yas, when Rin was on DK, Yas did a lot of the entry work, and then Rin was the lurker. Rin always backstabbed. Rin always like got the 2 or 3K from behind.
One person coming in just from the double work piano.
So.
And the other player is Habana on solar window. I think it's a safe bet to say.
But I think Geekay are going to be. I think both these teams are going to be better on defense than attack. So it's going to lead to either overtimes or one team's going to fucking break the barrel and like fucking be good on attack. Because I don't think that Fearx are that like top 4 team in the play-ins at least. I still think it's. I think it's still G2, Liquid, Bleed, and then Geekay. I think they could be that 4th, 5th team for Fearx, but it depends on how they play against Geekay. And do they win a rematch?
Outdo, as I said, that minimum. You were looking for at least 2 rounds on the defensive Xiaohe. They've managed to grab themselves 3. If they could go for a 4-2 defensive half, there's a real opportunity for them to come in and take GK's map pick away from them. There's a lot of siege to play yet, but as I said, Fearx just seems to be growing into this one. Like I said, Good Boy, been quiet so far. Really instrumental player for this team a lot of the time. And
trap shit in.
We're just clear pigeon shooting then.
Clay pigeon shooting.
Wow. I mean, GK right now, it seems very fragmented. It seems very individualized. It's been very hit or miss. You know, we've seen great executes, flawless executes where they worked so well. And in that last round, it was just very one by one. They were just losing bodies. So I think they just need to try and just say, right, we're just going to try and all go in this area. You know, just try and let's just full on go for it. And it kind of leads me to believe that because they've got Grim. Utility Dump is his name.
And that's kind of what's worked for them in the rounds that they've won so far, is recognizing, right, where are Fearx not playing? Yeah. Let's get in there, get a few numbers, get established, and work from there. And they just seem to have dropped off that a little bit, like you said, playing more into Fearx's setups. Tricks is going to be down but not out. Will likely be safe to be collected, I would expect. Fearx might not be aware of that at the minute, but it's all about time. It's all about resource. Now somebody has to go and collect him, has to pick him up. That's going to take 20, 30 seconds because he was nowhere near anybody.
And also take somebody out of position, which is another thing you now have to resist. This guy now.
Why are you peeking? Like, you gotta leave at that point. Like, they lose the numbers, and that's really bad. Like, they have the frontal positions, but you don't need to peek at them. Peek. You can peek and leave. You don't have to peek and stay. That's the worst part about it.
And also you have the Grim Alive with still free B canisters available as well, so...
Okay, the big impact is if Mephi's able to get 1 or 2 from this top position. And they're all playing top. No one's playing library, so if they fucking read that, do they know that 3 of them are here? Okay, no. Now they will. Right, so they leave, and Rin dies upstairs. Yeah, so they're fucked. It's gonna go 3-3. They were a little too forward. That's all it was on this attack, or this defense. But again, how are they gonna do on this attack now? That's the real question.
I like that they're not getting overly aggressive here. You can see they're taking the time. Let's find out exactly where are they. How can we get in? Where do we push? XKey manages to find Mephi, takes it down. It's all up to
one. This is a 1v5 clutch.
But that's the best that he can do as the final kill comes.
We'll head over here.
Towards the top of Black Stairs. The pressure of Mentalist with the
holy shit, that was fast.
Is going to let the team force some of this play space. If they can get rid of anyone that might be underneath and get rid of the player on Karaoke and Geisha, they've got themselves a good window to plant. But look at this, Asfi's just gone for a walk.
There's no way that Asfi should be allowed to walk in there. He gets himself into T, but immediately gets taken down. 3 kills come in there for Cyclops. And, well, it isn't a great time. Mentalist still out there on that Karaoke repel. He does have Hoven but it's just your two hard breachers. You've lost a lot of that pushing power. You've lost your Ash, you've lost your Ossa, and you've lost the Flores. CAG now just need to relax.
It's a solid response. It's a solid sort of locking it down, as I said. Asfi getting in that weird position is maybe the only breakaway, but, you know, Mentalist hasn't moved since the start of this. He's been stuck outside.
Okay, Hoven gets 1.
A 2 versus 3 with Mentalist taking a lot of damage. Not sure if that was in the same engagement or not, but still, they can try and formulate a little pocket. A minute, well, it's slightly less than a minute 30, but is it enough to try and pull this together?
It's still doable here. It just depends on how disciplined CAG are going to be. We can see him throwing out toxic wave canisters. They're trying to slow this down. Chibisu still got 2 left, 45 seconds. He can choke out the majority of the round. We do have some Vulcan canisters down there as well. So if Hoven is thinking about a bit of a drop, it probably isn't going to end too well.
You still got 1 thermite charge.
Desperately searching and
you could put an excellent thermic
on this vert, but with so limited vert being made, it is a bit difficult. He can't just rip open the floor like you'd be able to if there were some other operators still available. Black Ray, he's happy to collect, although Mentalist hits him with a great wallbang, levels it up, 2 versus 2. Now there's 10 seconds left. The pressure is seriously on. Saronic, he picks up Mentalist and relieves a little bit of that pressure here for Chibusi, closes things out. A round that was very back and forth there, and for a time, it looked like Bleed might have had a chance to sneak it through, but we got the expected result.
I mean, look at sigh of relief for them, but, you know, if that round went away from them, right, if you've got a little checklist, and this is your things I wanted to do today checklist, if things are going well today, this is my checklist of things that have gone well. Losing your map, that's not on there.
It's not on the list.
Cross that off. That one's bad.
On the list.
Losing it quite heavily. Yeah, that's pretty bad. We don't want that one. Losing when you have a 4-2 advantage on a final round.
It's not on the list.
It would be over. And that kind of loss, that kind of round going away from them is the kind of round that carries over into map 2. You can sort of sometimes shrug off single map losses. We've seen teams talk about it. We've had, obviously, when we get our brilliant pro players on the analyst desk, they'll say, at this point, sometimes you just go, we've got to start thinking about next map. We've got to get into our headspace. Those rounds carry. They get a lot of weight behind them.
6-2. There's still a mountain to climb.
More.
It is still not going to be easy at all here. However, Cyclops, they are on the defensive side, so there is potential to chain a couple of rounds together here. I'm glad that Bleed aren't looking to do anything too crazy. We're seeing a very nice, well-rounded operator selection here. Mentalist is going to be moving on to the Grim this time. We've sacked off the Ash in favor of the IQ because there has been a lot of Pulse and Valkyrie play. They've also brought along a book for the ride this time as well. They are still going to have to deal with the small matter that is the Tubarão, who does have those extremely cold canisters.
They're very chilly. Now you think about what the Tubarão's doing in this sort of rotor and what he's replacing at this point. He's buying them time. There's not really a gadget to remove anything on the other side, so he's just extending the life of Geisha for about 45 seconds, but he's not trying to remove the hard breach. There's nothing that'll get those zaps. They need to either play this as a waiting game, which
so he'll just let it go.
Paid off. We had some of the breach go together, but now can the pressure be put on towards Anatom without throwing any more utility? Reaps gets in, tucks around the restaurant area, hoping somebody drifts a bit further by, but nothing's going to be done.
So they know someone's top black. They're trying to wait. They're trying to get a play.
Around. The Ossa might want to force their way in here.
Well, if there's someone that needs to do a little bit of forcing, Ossa is a good option. Not opting for the blitz, instead looking for that movable utility as, you know, sort of set and forget and really sort of chain yourself together there. Still, there's a lot of time being taken here by Bleed, and they are being very delicate here. Asfi just misses out. You don't really want to take that challenge with the shotgun, and he knows there's a chance that someone is behind the deployable as well.
Oh, don't look away! Why are you looking away?
Up these black stairs. If Asfi stays here, he's going to be smoked. He gets jumped out there by Saronic because he picks himself up a double.
Very, very clever play there. They sort of went, look, they're trying to buy time for a 3-2 on execute. Let's circle them and cut them off before the pass. Now, Reaps, he doesn't have the pickup pressure.
Oh my
Cannot
God,
get
Hoven.
the follow round. They pre-fire to sort of say, look, we're still watching. Someone else can get him up. We have the man advantage, and we can put the pressure on. 45 seconds. There needs to be someone supporting this. The approach round, holding the close angle, just misses the player, but they don't miss him back. 2 versus 5, and another round taken away here. There's a skeleton key opening a man, but with 25 seconds and only scratch damage to 2 of the other players, probably not going to be able to build their way through here.
It is going to be difficult here. We've got Mentalist and Reaps occupying a similar position. You never really want to be doing that in this occasion. Mentalist playing on these black stairs, picks himself up what is likely at this moment an exit frag as he gets taken down by QBC. Now this is a point where I would be expecting to see a little tactical timeout coming in from Bleed, because they've seen a good few sites. They've got a little bit of a feel for this, and Cyclops are up for the fight here.
Suddenly they are. Now it's a defensive side of map. It's not worth sort of breaking down, and here's that other point I talked about before. When will
Bleed break?
Fire in. It's going to be no issues, and also you can fire them into.
Okay, so we're playing downstairs. We're playing a basement. It looks like Bleed or fucking Fear are just gonna go for a straight. Blitz is gonna enter in. Why does Nova have the diffuser though? Nova should be the spearhead
short
of
of
this
having the main
fucking
wall, there's not really much
attack.
more that you can ask for here. If you go in for that rear-sided push, you've got that. The one thing they need.
No,
to
what
do
you should
now
really do
they
is,
need to get
so you're
9 in
opening
hatch.
up the
As
back
soon as they
area
get
here.
9 in
You're opening
hatch,
up bot.
they
You're
can
opening
then
up
get in
garage.
They can clear out Pillar,
And
they
then,
can force
so what you do
those
is you
players
have
back
4
into the
players
side,
here.
but they have
Nova is
to
on the
get
backside.
9 in hatch.
He
They can't
runs
go in
in
and
literally
block.
as
Without
Blitz
that, they're gonna have
while
some big
you're
problems
going for
because
these
Twitch
smokes, these
should
fires,
just
and
put
shit
them
like
down
that.
from above.
Like,
Here
he
we
shouldn't
go,
go
Nova
pillar. Like,
straight
you
in
have the
with the
diffuser.
blitz and
Okay, they just win the
oh,
crossfires.
that's slaughter. Oh my
Okay.
goodness. Blink and you miss,
Miss
it.
it.
5 kills within, what, 2 seconds of each other every single kill?
Beautiful stuff from FearX. What a push. As we said, once you've got the long angle, once you've got trailers,
They're just having
you
fun.
don't even
I
have
think
the
Dark has
beginning
really
of down in
gotten them
hatch,
a good
but
culture.
You may have not, you may have
I think
missed
their
it in the
core is
midst of all
definitely
that, and I
Demic,
kept talking
Mephi,
about
and
Tricks on that down
Good
in
Boy.
hatch. He's the
Rin,
one to stop
I don't
this
know if
push.
Rin's replaceable,
As
but
soon
Nova
as
is definitely
that push came
replaceable.
forward,
Nova
he
is literally
killed
like
Tricks,
31.
and there was then nothing
He's
to
old.
stop
He
it.
was literally their coach
Really
before
well
Dark
played
got there.
from FearX, and it forces GK into the tactical timeout.
I think I remember a stat that I read, and it was like, throughout the course of EUL, I think Chalet Basement was played like 9 times, and it was won by attackers every single time. Like, that basement is very attacker heavy. As long as you can just play it as simple as what they did.
Yeah.
It is so,
Just
look,
don't overcomplicate.
on this, exactly. On the surface level, you think, oh, it's a big map, you have to go above, do some vertical. No, sack off the vertical, actually. You don't need it. You just go trench, you go big garage, open up long angles. It's so easy. Just look what FearX did. That's all you need to do. And like we mentioned, get that main wall open as well, Tim.
Right,
But,
then. We'll
boy.
see how much of an impact the tactical timeout can.
Shuri trying to find the bite on the first engagement and gets it. Mentalist, where are you looking? The wrong place is the answer.
This is where CAG can get dangerous, because if they can just keep applying this, it isn't the crazy CAG of old, right?
Yeah.
We're not looking for that. But that's a flare of it. That is a little sprinkle, a little taste of what you used to go up against every single round. But now it just happens every now and then, and they're going to save it for a little special occasion, and bang, you've lost Mentalist, you've lost your Zafir.
For the longest time, the quote on Cyclops was that they are the only team that can beat Cyclops. And it happened more often than not. And the introduction of Shurip and Cyrenaico, this was the hope that they would get a little bit more sort of static into them. They would get a little bit more of that structure into them. They obviously still have the brains of the operation behind the back, but with Shurip getting Ashby, and with Shibisu, does find the wrong end, but it's still a 3 versus 4. Tad hops in, gets some control so far. To be fair, Reaps and Hoven have had a pretty solid day at putting people in the ground, but with the next engagement going away from them.
Yeah, but
it's
Turret's
looking
not
like
awake.
the gamble of
Mentalist.
putting pressure onto this side
Ashby's been
after the
doing
break
okay.
is working quite well.
Reeps has a chance here to pick himself one up. He's got the yellow ping information, but he has to cross, and he's crossing very slowly. Grabs one onto Anaton, and somehow keeps himself alive.
Reeps! Holy shit!
Making it 3 on the round. This has entirely flipped things on its head. He now gets the track on the Legion. He understands that he's below, but we did see a silhouette there flanking up those main stairs. I do wonder what the flank protection is.
Oh my god, give him the ace. Give him the ace.
He doesn't care about the flank protection. He is not going to stop Shareep. You are the last remaining player here for Kai.
And he's got one scan left.
If they wish to continue here
Oh,
on Skyscraper, Hoven gathering a little bit of information
They know where he
on
is
the drone
in general
there.
location. They
Reeps,
know
don't
he's in
forget,
house.
on for the ace right now. There's 35 seconds. He's still got quite a bit to do.
They give some of the game away with the goo mines. They might try and get themselves close to formulating a plan where Shareep steps his way back, but the pre-fire around the corner, he's isolated. There's a hard wall, but there's also Reeps making the distance. He pops up, pops him down. A 1 versus 1 to keep themselves fighting on their map with only 15 seconds. He's got to get himself around. He's got a goo mine in his foot. He's got to pull out. Truly tying with nothing. Shareep holds on.
He had a scanner left.
And he gets the back end, but let's be honest, let's be real. That was a round that really should have been going their favor before Reeps started to turn things around.
Oh my god.
It's a round that Cyclops should win, right?
Yeah.
However, Reeps is a thing and a fantastically talented player, and he picks himself up 4 kills. And all of a sudden, Cyclops are like, guys, we're throwing this. This was meant to be ours. This was it. We'd done the hard work. We just needed to get a few trades. And you start to panic. Now, all of a sudden, that huge momentum boost there for the side of KAG, that's a huge mental win for everybody on the roster. 4-6. Doesn't really look that bad in the grand scheme of things. No. Couple of rounds, you know. And I said, and I will always say this when I commentate a Skyscraper, Skyscraper comes down to a couple of rounds on the attack.
Yep. And there was only one that was able to be won by Cyclops.
And there's only one so far that's been won by Bleed,
and
so
it was the first one.
Someone's
so
got to win too.
It feels really far away at this point, and that's that other sort of statement about this game, is the further and further KAG go, isn't just the momentum they build, but the longer the distance has been since Bleed has last won anything. I said it before, the situations that go away from you, they're just as bad either way. And yeah, Reeps, the Grim Reapser himself, almost got an ace to pull that round back in. But unfortunately, you couldn't get the last kill. Even then, that'll frustrate him, because it was a 2 versus 1. They were going for the plant.
He just didn't have the cover. He couldn't, like, I don't get why you smoke house door or master door. Because of the fact that you have a crossfire here that you know he's like generally on the house side. So like, let's say we're watching his POV. You have the cross from fucking here. You don't need to smoke off the door. You need to smoke here, because you know that guy can't come from here. So if you hold this cross, he can't
really tough
go
these
by.
days, so you've got to be pretty cautious about it. Bleed, let's see how that has affected them going into this. Obviously, Reeps getting 4 kills is never a bad thing whether you win the round or not, because he's going to be amped up for it.
The little Maverick makes things dangerous to play on the back end, clearing utility from underneath. The IQ might have a fight coming around into the shoulder or bedroom, but otherwise, when you've still got the Deimos to offer you some support, they could also go for a hunt at this point. Try and get a clean opening engagement. It felt like a million years ago I was saying that they were entirely in charge of that game, and obviously since then, we've had KAG pull themselves back. There is the call towards the Pulse, the expected player underneath, the man of the previous moment, Shareep, and well, a lot of this is soft, so he's going to find himself locked towards the hard, and Ashby cannot get the fight clean.
The great thing about the Deimos is that pistol absolutely shreds, so you are able to get a few wall bangs going, but on a map like Sky it can be a bit difficult, and really doesn't matter too much if you're just going to lose straight up engagements anyway. Shareep rocking the pulse there is going to be picking himself up a kill. Anaton 1 to boot. This could be a flawless quite easily.
Where has this been? Where have they come from? And where are they going to a flawless round?
Wow, I didn't even know what the fuck. That observer just missed everything.
Hello, Cyclops. Thanks for showing up. Whether it's the momentum of Shareep, the man you see screaming and crying for the energy of the team of the clutch before or not, it is something the team is banding behind, because this energy, that gun skill, that pace and connection towards Bleed's game,
They've been really ramping up the energy. Oh, like they're ramping up the momentum at this point because of the fact that
I always get a little bit wrapped up in how the game starts. I'm like, wow, Bleed are playing really well here. Whoa, like I'm watching out for this team, you know. And then as the game goes on, and you do it so many times, you're just like, yeah, Cyclops, like they're an experienced side. They have got fight in them. It might not be on the attack. That might not be where they.
Let's head over here. Let's see where this game's at. Ooh, 5-5.
But Demic lost his life because of that, and it's an easy crossfire.
Okay, so both games are on match point. Well, obviously the Bleed game's been on match point for like 5 fucking rounds, but it's whatever.
I don't know what got said in that tactical timeout, but it's Walk and GK up one way or another because they've come out with 3 consecutive rounds, and out of nowhere they find themselves, they were 5-3 down, and they find themselves on match point now. And that situation, all 3 of them were in office. They were picking each other up. They were surrounded. But they've still just, they were backs to the wall, and they've put their foot against the wall, and they've pushed back big time.
I think the timeout was just play more aggressive. That's what they've done. They have
taken the gun back.
Gone ho against them. You show no fear. I know it's a little bit weird against Fear X. Do you fear them? No, just go for it because it's working right now. Using the devour against the Blitz. Again, Blitz, just no impact. Like really minuscule impact that the Blitz is having in these rounds. I just think you need to sack it off at this stage. But yeah, Rin just had an absolute mare. You know, he gets the down onto the player behind the mirror window. He knows he's downed him, but then he forgets you have a Gone 6. You don't have a pistol, and he just fires the Gone 6. He misses his chance. The revive comes in, and it's just one of those rounds that Rin's gonna be kicking himself thinking, I should have had 2 there.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to question the Nova play as well.
In there behind Mini. We do see Surenek, he's got
unless they go for a fast execute.
Deploy those Zoto canisters and freeze out that wall, but a great pick there onto
Aspie doesn't even know he's there because I wouldn't.
Pretty quiet since getting onto this attacking side, and speaking of quiet, Mentalist, he's really been down there, often finding himself one of the first people picked off, and that's not ideal. But the biggest thing is we're not getting any value out of that utility. Yeah. Grim is huge at the moment. Those bees are fantastic. And to lose that, well,
they're just swinging everything because they're...
He picks himself up yet another, and we've still got Bleed players out on the rappel. They can't even get onto the balconies, Emmy.
I mean, all right. I said where have they been? And they've made sure that the statement isn't just said the round before, but underlined. Fantastic. Bit of siege there, the confidence, the bravado, the bold, and the screaming at their opponents. Now, it's obviously something that you don't get the truest taste of seeing. We're all technically in the same big airport hangar right now that's converted.
Liver overtime in Manchester. I'm doing something wrong, Demo.
What's the point? What's the point of having this?
What's the point? What's the point?
Elsewhere.
Well, 5 versus 3 as Fear X managed to
okay, so Fear X looked like they can bring this to overtime. Both games are going to go OT. I literally thought the Bleed game was over. But no, again, it's just Skyscraper defense. Skyscraper defenses are very much heavily favored just because of the fact that it's such a big map. You have to either clear out a lot or you have to go through a lot. So they trade out Rin with Mephi.
Yeah,
or Rin for fucking Blaz, I mean. Oh my god, he has a pocket mirror! I love that.
We see a very late mirror window being placed by Kian.
Fucking
that's just going to try and lock down the
stock
area. As we know, that's the crucial position that the defenders need to play in. Trix was thinking of maybe getting a little bit aggro and pushing up the stairs, but we know that Fear X are ready for that. And 45 seconds, this is going to be so
now you got to set up and execute right now. You've got flank drones.
Could be doable, I don't know. They have defender traps.
They have 3 cams. 3 cams. Watch it. Oh, he's got him. 3 of them are downed.
No, sorry, Demic finds It's going to be down. It's 1 versus 1. Trix with the drop over the balcony.
Did he not kill Rin?
Did a job there.
Trix is panicking.
Move, I think, to go in and start collecting people. Trix manages to get 1. Demic is going to go for the plant. The time is running down. Good boy. He's on some essential.
Nice. Oh my god. Literally 3 of them were down.
And we're going to overtime, Demo.
The same does it, the not saying Des. Wasn't it the same, Tim? But yeah, here we are. But
That was a crazy finish to that round.
Oh my god.
triple down.
I thought it was Key that had come over the top, but it wasn't. It was Trix, but then the triple down.
The
It
triple
was a smart
down.
move to just get in there. 20 seconds. That's brave to think. 20 seconds. I'm gonna pick somebody up.
You could
Get Good Boy back on his feet. For the
No, that's
goal.
great that he picked him up because now you know that at the point that audio you can
for Fear
trust the guy to
all we needed to
hopefully
do was just
cover.
say, right, 2 people are going to drop the hatch. 1 person's going to push blue. Other person's going to go lobby. Then you just trade. But they didn't.
Yeah,
They
good pre-fire by
were
Good
just
Boy.
very
Good Boy's
right
warming
the
up.
way They pushed it, and it allowed GK to get themselves back into the game and take the gunfights. Where it should just be, you just trade off the 2 kills and you still end up in a 2 versus 0 essentially. So that's really all Fear X are missing. Look, they still win the round, but my god, you could not get any closer.
To a fight round the side, there's a bit of a breach, but they've got time to play with
Okay.
and cook with at this point because of how quick they were. They didn't allow the rotates. Black Gray gets the snap, doesn't have time.
So you know he's that long.
Pin on
You
the
know
C4,
he's that short
Shuri
haul.
Might
I
suffer
don't know what
next.
people call it. So they know where Tublero is, but
He's able to
Aspie
suddenly
just.
find the fight round the back end of Trophy. Has the pings on the far range. The C4
Okay,
fishing
Hoven
gets
takes
half
so
a
much
Hoven, but
damage.
not the full bake.
But Hoven
Shuri's
goes.
able to find his 3rd for the round, and Mentalist, he's knocked out as well! And I said it! It's not just that they're on the defense, they have the momentum and they've got the energy, and Ollie, they've got themselves map point!
They have found themselves a map point here despite being 1-6 down only 15-20 minutes ago. A fantastic performance here for Cyclops. I mean, let's just put it into a bit of context. It's day 1. It's match 1. It's
day
match
one,
1.
match 1.
It's very early days here at the Manchester Major. But the energy that Cyclops are bringing is fantastic to see. Bleed on the flip side, those guys look battered, bruised, defeated. They just look like they want to go GG next, get us into labs, because this has not been the map that they expected it to be.
I can't believe we're here from where we were. And you know,
Again,
there's a part of me
skyscraper
that's always
defensive
sort of
side.
like, I
You
wanna
could
see
literally
if
just
it
tell.
is true to the prediction. If this is a different CAG that we haven't seen on attack, is purely because of the momentum shift in the game, not just.
Earlier in the game, you picked up on it, Devil. You
Jesus.
said they were a little bit fractured, a little
They
bit
were helping each
separated
other.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Whereas now, look at the difference. Always there for the trade, keeping themselves with a man advantage. They can play the rest of the round like that because they 3v2. So long as every time Fear X get a kill, they find one in return, they win. It's as simple as that, and really nicely done from GK. Just pressure constantly. Good Boy gets one, but he's then being pressured from somewhere else. Then he's being pressured from the hatch. It was just non-stop for him, and Fear X didn't really have the answer. Blaz, he knows he doesn't need to aggress here, but he will anyway, and he's going to find a
That's just
beautiful
Blaz.
headshot onto
That is
Rin.
just Blaz. That's typical
so first time
Blaz.
casting Blaz then, you're not expecting him just to swing every window. He's like a dog in a car, it has to go, his head has to go out the window. Oh my goodness. But Nova, all by himself. An attempt of opening up the mirror window will be stopped. And yeah, just not looking too good here for Nova, and Blaz.
Blaz.
Yeah, waits for him, gets his kill. Oh, the
Reaps is still
This
on the
could be the
board.
last
We don't know
round
the
for
numbers that
Bleed
he is.
and Keg
We wanna make sure
round
he is in
match
the first
1.
engagement.
There's a lot of people that are putting good numbers up on both sides. Bleed's at his moment in the sun with his quad K, and obviously he's on 17 kills, 8 deaths, so he's doing great. Shuri on the flip side, looking over at Cyclops, 16-7. Anaton, he's going evens, 10-10. It's not setting the world on fire, but there are performances there. I think the way that Bleed were able to win some of the rounds early on was maybe the difference. We got some more favourable KDs over there, but in reality, it's been a very, very close map one. I don't think we could have asked for much more going into it. And Cyclops have still got a chance to just snatch it away from Bleed right here, right now.
They haven't been able to get a body out of it. They have got some ground, but it's 2 minutes. And now they're putting their boots inside the other side of the map itself. They still have to do that massive middle pass. You're looking at Dragon, Shrine, Terrace. All of this area is the choke point. And it's still technically in Bleed's control. So without them being able to force out Hoven, who's happy to sort of dibble and dabble and dance behind the dragon statue, they're just throwing utility at sort of nothing now, and without it, where do you execute? There's a rotate going towards the bottom of the brown main stairs. There's a bit of pressure that's coming into Anaton's favor. I said they didn't want him to be the first.
Okay, but Aspie gets out the trade, and Hoven gets
chibi. They're able to get 2 back themselves. Shuri keeps trying to push, but keeps finding Fenrir.
Aspie can play himself here inside of Geisha, who's got a good line of sight on.
Okay, 3v3. Blackray finally gets a kill. Hoven still got this top shrine,
still
but
has that position to play, but over aggression from Aspie. Why is he getting caught out there? Surenek there doing a great job to pick him out.
Hoven's gonna try and get this engagement,
he's at the top of these
but he knows he's bottom black,
he's
and
Turd underneath now.
Turd is just like, oh fuck
as well, and we can hear and see those firebolts coming through. A plant is gonna have to go down now.
I mean, that's the
he gets
point.
one. You know one's below at least.
They're trying to break their way onto Geisha, but the back line is perfectly placed here. Hoven gets the
run, Hoven!
Time! Oh, as close as you like. The one player in the one position gets lead. The one lifeline they can clutch on.
Bomb site whatsoever. So
Hoven's like, fuck me, get me out of here. Okay, so enough Erex are on the defensive side, so this should go max OT, honestly.
They don't really have any C4s they can rely on. It's going to be difficult. I think Geekay, as long as they can just play it well and play it right, they should have no issues. But one thing I'm curious about as well is maybe they're just going to try and go snowmobile because the single wall for snowmobile is reinforced. If that was opened up, you couldn't really do that. But because it's reinforced, it does put the defenders in a position where they don't have the long angles to challenge onto the main breach.
Nova knows that Blast is working forward here. He hears the sound come from the barbed wire, but it's not going to be enough for him to be able to get that peek around the corner. I think he could see the laser sight on Blast's rifle as well that just gave away that position.
Laser sight.
It's actually Nova that comes away with a ton of damage there.
Oh, so they know he's on the stairs. This is just going to be the difficult part about how they're going to get him out. Good Boy's trying to make some engagements. Nova's going to hold the front line here. Blast is in. They don't even hear him drop, probably. He's blind, though, so it's going to delay him a little bit. But Nova is so dead here. No, he doesn't. He lives. Good Boy with the cross.
He's still safe. He is still on this staircase. He's been here for ages.
Oh, Good Boy just talks. They don't even know.
They have no idea he's there.
This is a round winner.
Hell of a surprise. Finally, the man on the stairs falls. But Good Boy still on.
See?
There he goes. He appears.
He gets 2.
Another one, 3 kills.
Good Boy.
What a rotation. What a movement from him. And he's basically just kept his team alive in the map.
Absolutely.
No, Demek's so dead.
Play from Good Boy. Just
they need to play together. Do not die. Run.
1v2 becomes a 1v1. He knows where the last man is, but he can't find him. Mephi on the shotgun moves around the corner.
Holy.
With a single pump.
Holy.
Deploy at the right time on all the soft floor itself, or even on a teammate, you can work with it. That C4, very clever retreat from the blitz, but Mentalist, as long as he's sitting on this window, he is the attempt to cover and support Plant. They're still running the maths on where they think it can go down safely, though.
There's not a lot of safe areas here. They still need to do a little bit
so
more
Blackray is dead, though. That's the biggest part about it. With you're losing your smoke cannons. You still have the Goyos, but again, they're placement dependent.
There's still a bit of presence that you need to deal with inside of
they don't have a lot of
He's going to be hanging around
area, let's say that. Hoven's still in the window droning. You have Reeps and Aspie trying to work together, but no heals. And then you have Turd somewhere off in Neverland. I'm pretty sure he's over by house side.
In pocket, though, so it will make things a tad bit easier here. The Lion scan is usually a good indicator of a push, and, well, with the bees going out there as well, you can be
so you see one on half wall. Aspie gets that information.
Right now.
And Hoven's trying to go for this backstab. Okay, Hoven just gets one with it.
Collect a few on the cross.
Oh, he sees them behind the A-bomb, so they know one's T. Hoven. Oh, but he loses that. That's diffuser. So you gotta go for kills now. Surenek was literally one. Oh, okay, okay. They win.
Doesn't really matter. Everything else is exploding inside the site. Anaton, the man who I said once upon a time, Divine Shields gets defined by one and bleed.
Oh fuck.
Let's be honest, only just, but it's their first map to take, their opponents to take it from them.
Holy.
However, it is a tale, it's a best of 3, a tale that's told as old as time. Will this be
more cohesive and a lot more effective than maybe
so Blade win. My prediction is still good.
Geekay, they're feeling the force of that at the minute.
Fear X just have to just go.
One last
like
round.
they're sometimes they're just so slow. It's like, oh god.
And they're dining. Straight away from GK.
Like, you get it. It has to be stressful as fuck. And especially because now you have Kaid. Kaid Claw is definitely like somewhere above on the breach. So, but they have Thatcher, so that's not bad though.
So they do have options to try and get through that, but it's just going to come down to time. That's what you're essentially trying to burn through with that combination of defenders. Rin has got the sense, so a little bit of a change
So they
happen.
got the claw.
The
They don't have the mirror windows
we've
though.
Got 4 of the charges now, so you can really start clogging up the bomb sites.
Good boys done some great work.
Okay, so now they get the freeze, so they know Tubby's upstairs somewhat. Either upstairs or...
They need to move him out of this position. We saw the damage that can be done previously if you're not going to manage this breach on the top floor. But Tuberai, for the time being, Neskid just looking
They have no space.
Position because until he's clear, they can't really look to get in and open the wall onto site. Nova, he's just going to keep clicking away at that exothermic charge, but he's just waiting for that Zoto canister to clear off. Are they going to get both of these open? That's the question. The wall's been re-electrified, so that means the exothermic has been tricked off. They're not going to be breaching into office. They've got to find a way, and FearX, while stalling out,
They're trying to go for this fucking... Rin's just sitting there.
Would have been better if it was
Double nitro.
Seconds and he won. Oh, damn it. Just barely gets out of that one, but again, they're just struggling. They can't get the wall open. Nova, where are you going with the case? He falls, he had no more thermite charges left, and it's just a head loss from FearX, a complete lash out, and it gives GK all the time in the world to close out 1v4.
The fuck is Nova doing? What the fuck is Nova doing?
GK, it was hard fought, but my god. Oh, they take the first map. They take their map in Chalet.
What a map we have just had to open things up at the Manchester Major. GK getting it done at the end. It was really nice play from them. The Tuberai up on the top floor, they really understood what they needed to do there in order to win that side. And as soon as FearX couldn't get that office wall open, it was panic stations.
They just didn't take a lot of space.
They start getting hit with nitros thrown into lobby. They know they can't breach the wall into sight. They wander in towards dining corridor with the case. It all falls apart. But let's not take too much away from FearX. It was a great performance on a map that they're not really known for. They've put a marker down.
Yeah, they have. And don't forget, it's a best of 3. It's not best of 1. So there is still hope for FearX in this series, considering they go to their map of Bank, which has been a permaban. For
against
GK.
them, yeah.
It's, you know, this
permaban for GK, permaban against
exactly. It's a map that GK, we haven't seen them play, and it doesn't look as though they want to play it because they've just been banning it most games that they go into in their meta league. So I think it'll be an interesting one.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be a tough one for GK to come out and get a win. I think we could well be looking at 3 matches.
7 minute ad. Okay, I'm gonna bring up.
And honestly, there was so many in that matchup for both of these sides. They both had huge moments. You know, in the back end of the game, particularly, we've got to give a shout out to Goodboy and a couple of big plays that he made along the way. This one in particular, just absolutely brilliant movement to get himself into a tricky position and really did some damage to that GK attack.
Yeah, I mean, GK started off a little bit rocky, especially if you look at their kind of first 2 rounds of their defense. They were very alone. They weren't really helping each other out. And then that timeout came in, and just everything changed. You know, the power of a timeout, I think, has been proven a very powerful tool for GK.
Yeah, it was. The timeout was massive. 3 rounds on the back.
Oh my god.
We can have a look at our stats across the map as well and just see exactly, because we did have a little rehost in the middle there. So
yeah,
we didn't quite get those final figures, but we can have a look at them now and see how
what is going on?
Laz, and seriously, I was shouting them out along the way. 29 kills between the 2 of them. It was really, really big.
Yeah, I mean, Laz, look, I said before, he's going to be the guy for them. He really is. You know, we've seen what he can do to different regions. Seen what he's done to NA. Look what he's done to Europe, and now
he destroys the team he's been
on an international stage, which we didn't get a chance to see him on before.
Yeah, it was great stuff. So that is the end of map 1, but we've got so much more Siege to come for you. We're going to have a quick break, and then we're going to be getting into map 2. FearX versus GK. It's going to be Bank. Don't go anywhere.
We're gonna mute, and then yeah. So I'm gonna bring up Poke Rogue, So here it is. If you don't know what Pokemon Rogue is, it's basically just any rogue-like game if you've ever heard of them. So like Binding of Isaac and shit like that, just with Pokemon. So obviously you have every Pokemon, they all have values. You can only bring up to 10 or 10 points. So let's say I bring a Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil is my favorite Pokemon. It would be 3 points out of my 10 already. So I can bring 1 Pokemon, I can bring 8. I haven't beaten this game yet, so kind of sucks. I've gone very close. I've literally gone to fucking 195. That's pretty good. We've gotten some new Pokemon like Wattrel. So I don't know if I want to go with my regular team and then just try and win on stream. It's not gonna take that long. It's gonna take that long, but obviously there's a break, so we have some time in our hands. I also want to use some different Pokemon. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I'm definitely gonna be using Chikorita. Is so fucking good, especially with a cost of 2. So like you can as you play through them, you can catch Pokemon. So like let's say I can catch Hoothoot. I can use all my Hoo candies to get 0. Ooh, imagine. So I'm gonna go for Chikorita. Do I go with Lynn or do I go for Coco? I'm gonna go for Coco. But now, do I grab a water type like Marini, or do I grab like a physical water type like Quaxley or Empoleon? Would the steel type be that good? I mean, with King Shield, yes. So now I only have 8 points left. So the thing I could do is either pick up a Pokemon with pickup. So not Rattata. Sentret's got Runaway. I need pickup. But I could also, I could pick up Zigzagoon, get 2 points there. Or how this game works is, let me find it. So like Pokemon can be shiny, of course, so that's my Chikorita. But then you could also have Pokemon like Spinarak, where they're shiny. So shiny Pokemon basically give you like lucky, or like some luck as well. So, where is Zigzagoon? He's cost 2. Fuck. I think I might just, because Sentret doesn't have. I need Sentret with a pickup. That's the thing. Oh, Rattata has Runaway. Yeah. So I think we're just gonna stick with this 9, the full 9. Honestly, these are a bunch of my save files I've just been playing. So like some of these gotten really close. Like I don't have the save file where like I'm at 195 because I lost. I'm just like, fuck it, I can't win that game. So we'll just make more files. We'll just go over this one. I'm not playing music because I don't know if it's gonna get copyrighted or not. You got a minute left, so we'll just keep playing. Where the fuck did my tab go? Actually, let's just put it right here. Honestly, let's just put it right next to it, so we can just come back. We'll just go play refs. Actually, I could probably put the. Let me go on my settings. I could probably put the sound effects. Oh wait, you know why I can't hear him? Because everything's mute. There we go. So like, I can do play rough. Just kill that. How this game works? So with special attack, I'm gonna give it to Coco. I'm just trying to get berries right now. So they go for Coco. I think berries early on just don't really work, but I'm just gonna grab them anyways. I should probably grab the Pokeballs, but there's a lot of strategy to this game, like what you should do, what you should grab. So like here, I could use PP up, or I could grab Pokeballs. Like I could use PP up on Overdrive, use PP up. I'm actually gonna use PP up on King Shield just because of the fact that it's a non-damage. It's basically protect. So. Ooh. No, we're 1 away. I'm gonna stay in. Frick you. Okay, nice. I don't use my berry. That's good. So you also have money, so you can buy everything like that. So dire hit. because the rival battle is in 2. How long is this? You got a minute left here and 15 seconds. So we'll wait until the game starts, actually. We'll use overdrive. And then we're just going to go for the little thingy. Burn, that's nice. I can just use a tackle now. Because it's a physical attack does half. So use tackle again. Ouchie, that hurt. See you later. Get ready to tackle. Ooh, I'm gonna buy a potion because I know we're gonna get nuggets, and I'm gonna use hasty. I think I'd rather get Peplup up. So I can keep Coco in here because he's good early route because the fact that he can hit hard with overdrive, ember, and then round as well, especially dealing with every type. We're gonna buy great balls. Great balls. Ooh, do I go into Piplup or has a I know it has Astonish. I'm gonna switch in Chikorita. Astonish. I'm gonna go for playoffs. Okay, it does about 50. So this should do 50 damage. Okay. Yep. There's that. Tackle. Dead. Okay. Hail, Rail Candy, White Candy. I'm going to use a potion because we have a rival battle next. I'm going to use this one on Piplup then. Rival battle. Ba ba da ba. So Fennekin comes out. I have Chikorita. Fuck. I'm going to go into Piplup just because Piplup can eat any move now. Go for Pound. That does a little bit. Go for Pound. Okay. There's Razor Leaf. I'm going to switch out to Coco. Should do Quick Attack. That doesn't hurt. I'll see you later. Overdrive is a special move. See you later. See you later. Okay. So, it's in. I'm going to start off this round then. Yay! I'm gonna use that, and then we're gonna check out real honestly. Okay, we'll finish off this floor and then we'll go. Oh, watch. So I'm gonna try and catch a Zigzagoon just in case it has pickup. So no, this one has Gluttony, so I'm gonna replace it. So the goal with this is to always try and get Pokemon with pickup because Pokemon will hold items, and so they will always like so this boss has a berry. So if my Pokemon had pickup, so if Zigzagoon had pickup, I'd be able to pick up their item. Drive. I'll see you later. Now everyone gets healed after 10 turns, and there's 200, and obviously I have eggs. Bergmite's a pretty good one. I don't think I've caught that one before. Yeah. I only had 2. Okay. So this Bidoof is definitely one that I want to try and pick up, but we'll save that for after, between rounds.
More of a fresh thing.
More of a fresh thing. Because to flanker is a Tim thing. Replace the Tachanka on the flank.
I listened to that at a time when I just couldn't be bothered. And it was one of those things where I just don't need to hear that. It looks like we've got a slight pause before getting ourselves into the game.
That's fine. To try and work out any more that we might have.
We might have missed one, mightn't we?
I'm trying to think of, like, things you do in Siege.
Against Fear X, this is one of their better maps. It's
so we'll see the ban phase here.
We're going to see the Monty taken away immediately.
Nova loves the shields.
Demo. We saw it in the previous map as well. They do not want to be playing against that shield.
No, and I think whenever you look at Monty on Bank,
especially on Bank,
it is his best map. By far.
Yeah.
The pushes that you can do, the early control of server, up the spiral stairs with your top 4 attacks, you can walk into open air or walk into kitchen in the open area, defense and just plant with ease. So many ways you can abuse the Monty, and yeah, no surprise to see it being banned away. Ying also goes, and look, this seems to be very familiar with Chalet, but that's a new one. It was Valkyrie last time. Now we have the Fenrir, which I keep mentioning. I think he is the best.
You're simply the best.
We will see some Valkyrie play here on Bank, given
Blaz
the fact
loves
that she's been
Valkyrie.
left on the board. We'll see as we go. It'll depend on the sites, particularly. Not too useful for.
Or you'll see it probably.
Yeah, I was going to say not too useful on a basement defense, but certainly on a CEO defense because of that big main lobby. You get some Val camps in there, there's a lot of places to check. Even if you bring the IQ, there's still a lot of scanning to be done to try and track them down and find them. There's a lot of places that you can hide them, so we may well see a little bit of Valk being brought in. As we say, and I've said it since I started casting 5-6 years ago, consistently throughout, many things change inside a Siege, but one thing that does and always will remain the same, Demo, is how important intel and information is in this game.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what the approach from Geekay is going to be. Chalet is a map where they can go for those lurk plays. We've seen Blaz do that a lot. Neskin was also part of the equation into some of those attacks. I don't really think you can do it to the same level on Bank just because of the layout. Chalet has a lot of, you know, staircases that kind of connect.
There's a tech pause here too. Are the servers down? The servers are 100% down.
From the UK.
Well, I know some behind the scenes that French fry, fish and chips blanket was.
The servers are
bought
definitely
by
down.
Yeah, but it's a French fry blanket.
It is a
That's
French
not
fry.
something.
Those aren't chip shop chips.
No, they're not. They're not thick cut.
They wouldn't know
Joel's
that. That's
sleeping.
fair. They're not.
Okay.
I feel like we should clap every time. It's like, you know when like arenas have like the cam and it will cut to people, they go boo, and then they go yay when it's just like goes back to the same thing. Not that I want to boo the players, but it's that energy.
So you want to clap every time it goes
every
on to
single
Joel.
time it cuts to a close-up of Joel, it's like yay, and then it cuts
If
away.
anyone's wondering the story behind Joel and why it was picked up in Atlanta. I think it was bought from a sort of an outdoors shop in Atlanta, and it just became a thing.
I don't think it was just an outdoor shop. I think it was a Bass Pro shop.
A Bass Pro shop.
Which is like a huge deal.
Yeah.
We weren't in Atlanta, but I heard it was a huge deal.
I heard it was a big deal.
Hey! I like how it's also because I mean, brilliant. Kudos for the producers to get this delivered. But I love that it gets more and more like grainy and like.
Well, we're getting further zoomed in.
Yeah, yeah.
10 more likes and it'll get zoomed in a little bit more.
It's becoming horrifying.
Every
I
10
think we're in.
likes,
Yeah, I hear the
increase
game
by
audio
10%.
going.
Joel gets bigger and bigger. Right. What else is getting bigger? Our excitement, Ollie, as we find our way hurtling back towards the map. Everything is resolved. You see the players getting prepped. Will we get a little bit more of an early back and forth this time?
I hope that we don't see as one-sided
so we're in the game.
as we saw last time. It's weird to call a max overtime game one-sided, but it was because all the rounds were won, in essence, back-to-back-to-back. So I'd like a little bit more back and forth here, and I think we're probably going to get it. Labs, it's very different to Skyscraper. Some things, there are parallels to draw. It can be good for defenders. However, there are also a lot of good opportunities for the attackers here, and especially with the bans that we've got rocking here. One thing that I always like to touch on when we talk about bans is what did we do before this operator? So if we look at the operators that are up on the screen there, we've got Deimos, who is brand new. Okay, he isn't brand new, but he is the latest operator in the game.
He's new.
Then you've got Tubrow, another newbie, another one that hasn't been around for a long time. So 50% of your ban already there is operators that we're used to playing this game for longer without. So it does open up more options both sides here. You're going to see the Azami, you're going to see the Fen. The Solace is even available here.
So Sir Neko's going to go on a
kind
kind of deep roam.
You look over to the attack.
They're playing basement right away, so it's going to be a lot more info how well you play around the map.
Full wealth of shields.
Well, I'll start building about this round, but remind me to ask you what the hell the run of their teeth means in a little bit longer. The breach on the main wall is getting popped open. We said the Tubarão would be the slowdown, but there's the rundown. Not sure entirely where they were trying to get themselves to, but Anaton getting himself out of the blue door, swinging his way all the way from top to bottom, rocks them. They were focused on cargo, was what they wanted to try and eye them up to. And now, this is where that player, the Deimos ban, comes into a bit of pressure here, because you've got to try and hunt down this player, right? You've got some chance But a lot of this is just going to come from drones. The gridlock can secure you some safety, but you're now at the body disadvantage. You've lost the ram for any of that soft destruction, which is pretty required for the original approach you wanted to make here. They're in such a limited position. All of that hold above the double wall is going to remain problematic.
It is. The ram is a really big part of that. You can look to other
Mentalist
things,
should
right?
not
We've
peek
got
this.
a shotgun potentially.
It just sucks
on
that
the
Hoven's
gridlock.
died
We
first,
had
especially because that's your
breaching charges on
main
the ace, but
opening.
It is no substitute when you bring.
So
the
you're gonna
ram
watch
and
the
you
window
wanna
from
throw the
above,
boobies
and now
in,
this is when
because
this
you
is
don't bring
when
a book,
Mentalist moves
because
in
you think,
for
well,
alert.
the ram is going to do a lot of that hard work. So you're right. This push is going to be very difficult indeed. Quick little trade back and forth there. GBC.
Oh my
is
God,
able
they're literally
to
on
get
top
a little
of
bit
each
of
other.
work done, but Asfi, he was just crouch walking towards Serenity there, and he's got away with that. He's navigating.
So they win the
dirt.
trade battle
Sure, he's on
now.
1 HP,
It's
but
about
he's also
even.
picked himself up a
It's like
kill.
Hoven,
That
then
is
you
a
get
fight
Shiro
that's
Reps,
happening
and then you
towards
get
the side
Sarah
of Cargo
Knockout, then
stairs.
you
He
go
doesn't
Mentalist, then you
quite
go
want to
Shiro
give the
Knockout.
engagement yet, but Anatton also isn't really thirsting for it. Remember where the site is and where they've got to try and get themselves in. They've secured some vertical. However, at some point, that needs to be pulled away with some of your bodies. You'll leave one player, maybe two, but probably only one up there for the final countdown on the push, so you can still have the
So you
plants
know
to
he's
go,
not
the cover
in the
from the breach
corner.
itself. At that point is when Anatton can strike and find himself in a much better engagement, because if he wins that out, the vertical is his. This is where that motion comes from. Anatton, see?
He's going to be able to
looking for
win
this
this just
single
because of the fact
engagement.
that
He takes this and
Aspie is
wins
so
it.
low.
He probably wins the round. The cover comes across. The grenade
They're gonna
will force
body
the
block
player
each.
off of that door. No cook time on that anymore. It's
Ooh, he
pushed
stays
back. Anatton, in
downstairs.
fact, doesn't want
So
to
they
risk
have the
fight. They've
numbers.
pulled themselves in, reached with a scrappy
But Reeves
engagement.
isn't
Doesn't
able
go
to
his
win
way.
that.
The cover crosses there.
They just don't
25
win there.
seconds. Only Aspie left above.
Great kill there from Anatton on the drive by Asfi. We knew that this round was going to be very difficult. I won't call it chalk, but it's going to be very difficult as soon as you lose that
he definitely
ram.
sees the feed.
GBC comes in there to pick up that final kill. If you're going to leave the Azami, you need to bring something to deal with it. Is that a Flores? Is it a DMR? What is your plan for those Azami keepers? Because they need dealing with as well. There was a couple of things there that you could look at and you could go, Bleed, I think you could maybe do a little bit better. Already we're seeing the Flores brought here for round number 2. Of course, it isn't going to be the same site, but the premise remains.
What was it you said about teeth?
I think that's just something that I say because I had a look and I can't see it, but it was something that my granny used to say.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We can bring it back. I say bring it back. We can create it.
Well, it's created.
It's created. We'll ask Tim about it later, because, you know,
Tim will know.
Tim will know.
And if he doesn't, then I'm going crazy.
Then you invented something. No, you're just creative.
That's it.
That's what a teacher would say. It's
That's
like,
what a good teacher would
on like
say.
parents' evening, it's like, Ollie's very creative.
Oh, yes. What does that mean?
He keeps drawing on the walls,
Oh, yeah, okay.
but it's very artistic. It's very beautiful. He was talking about his...
But he needs to stop doing it.
He was talking about his grand's teeth.
But he needs to stop.
But he needs to stop doing it because this is maths class and he's 17 years old. We're in sixth form. First round, Cyclopses to take. Now, the Clash, the first time we're seeing her played, doesn't quite have the same sort of success story that the other Shields have been looking at recently, but it's a different angle, it's a different idea, and she's still quite problematic for anyone that's not ready to face it against her. You've got some EMPs, and Zephyr obviously is the perfect sort of counter towards that Clash engagement. It's just where the Mentalist can find it first.
The Clash can be a nightmare.
Yeah.
There is ways of dealing with it. You've mentioned there the AMPs, you've got the Zephyr, but typically a lot of your utility on the attack is already spoken for, and you don't really want to be having to throw it at a Clash. So a Crossfire is usually a good way to start, and you can try and build and work something in from there. However, the Clash and the very nature of it means that if you get the breach open, they can just plant themselves right in front of it and go, great, I'm now just going to give out all this information, and you can't really push to me because I'm just going to zap you to bits.
Now they've got IT open. First of all, the Clash is just going to hang around top blue as Connector. Gets breached next as the follow through. It is reinforced and locked off with a bit of the soft to buy themselves some time. Shurip dancing on the doors of Electric to make sure he can put the pressure on whilst the window is still soft. But at some point, they're going to have to try and angle towards the push itself. They've got Raft's control. They've got the wall open. They've got Mentalist going to try and find the fight, but maybe the Clash on the back end of top blue. Who is going to get this first snappy engagement? Because it's still a very dangerous crossing to make.
something that you also have to be mindful of. If they're bringing a clash, you really can't afford to waste time. You need to be working in this round a little bit quicker than they are. We're already well into the second half of the round here. The clash has been disrupted there, but it isn't enough to cause too much of a problem. Hoven, he's in a position to try and do something about that, but immediately a Kiba barrier greets him. Blackray, he will be the first player to fall.
From two different
brilliant
angles.
Cross there. It's Turt that's credited with the kill, but Bleed have set up a great little 3-2-1 here.
I mean, a bit of a surprise strike there, and you can see Anaton. I think they didn't quite know where the clash was, what the clash was doing. The stun hit them. Keeping one is probably thankful. There's the pressure onto Chibisu. He's going to get caught out as he tries to roll the impact turd. Right time, right place, right reaps, right shoe reap. But now, with 3 bodies remaining, they're all around him. I said they only had a single target before. They're sort of lining up for the next. He pops up on the reload, gets the drop. He's just fishing for heads and bodies, baiting for the energy. He's up and down, but he's
He hit fired. He tried to go for the hit fire headshot.
Shot. Risky biscuits.
I would have lost it. Absolutely lost it if we'd have seen that happen again.
Punched through the wall.
We saw it on Skyscraper. We don't need to be seeing it here again. Sharif, you're nuts. But even that was a step too far.
Yeah, I muted that.
Another was back and forth throughout, nobody able to take any real advantage. But
so 1-1
what I said at the beginning of the game, that was Geekay need to come out here strong on the defense. We've got a feeling that it could be tough for them on the attack if they're trying to just go direct to site, for example. It's going to need a lot of work from them, so they're wanting to secure as many defensive rounds as they can get. They need to find that second site. They've been able to lock down the basement, but that's the one they should be winning. Can they find a second site that they can close it out on? That's going to be the big question. Rin goes in, gets a big opener onto Key, takes him down. That's the mute gone, and part of the roam cut
Rin.
down, and that's the rest of the roam gone. Rin manages to find a second, seriously is out of it, and it's 5 versus 3, FearX.
Yeah, that R4C can rip people to shreds, and with the ACOG, look, I think everyone knows how strong that weapon is, just with that little bit of a advanced visual effect that you get with the zoom in, of course. So yeah, such a strong weapon to have. You have on Ash and also on the Ram.
So this Deimos is definitely going to add a lot of facts.
You know, right from the get-go, you've lost 2 players.
So they know where Neskin is. They know he's archives or towers.
This is going to be difficult.
Nitro doesn't get one, but I don't know. Blast is just a little bit off roam here. He's not sitting in the site. This nade's going to get the keeper.
Really making it difficult for anybody who's trying to get out on the flank. Anybody who's
so they're still hunting down this Valkyrie because they know Legion's inside, but they do not know that Blast is here.
Keep those pings coming in. Information, intel being fed back makes it very, very difficult for them.
Look at the position Blast is in. He's right beside the electrical door.
He loses it to Nova.
Maybe he could have got taken out, but
Trix is going to get a little aggressive here, but I don't think they have a drone. And Rin's just waiting here. Rin's going to wide swing. Trix is not going to, he's just going to keep jiggling this. And he wins it! Trix!
He finally gets the kill from it. A 2v4, but
Demic gets taken out by Neskin.
I was going to say it's still not looking good. You still have a 2-man advantage for FearX, but now you only just have the one, and Neskin is in a fairly safe position on that triple wall. It still has not been fully opened up.
And he loses it to Good Boy. So it's just Neskin in sight, but they have no idea where he is at this point.
1v3, and no, just a wall buying will seal the deal. Good Boy is there. My word, I mean, look, you just have to put it down to the opening. Rin fires a ram in, jumps through the window.
Rin just getting 2
and then another guy
really helped.
Like he does.
I was going to say, the start of the round for FearX was much better than the end of the round. I was a little bit concerned for them there. When they went to 2v3, they start pushing into archives on their own. I'm thinking, FearX, you've got 50 seconds here. Like, don't get dragged into this.
Wins that engagement.
Yeah, exactly.
No
2v2, and you think they were going in very solo, and I'm thinking, you've got 50 seconds. Don't get dragged into these like almost panic fights. It's like, yeah, we're pushing now. We've just got to push. No, you don't. Take your foot off the gas. Consolidate your lead. Get yourself in position and then push together. You've got a minute to work with. And I think FearX were just getting sort of baited, just getting drawn into those fights a little bit more than they needed to there. But they still managed to win them. They got the round done. It's 2-1, and that is not great for FearX. Like I said, they need to find a second defensive side. even if they win down in basement again now, they're going to face a 4-2 half if they can't find a round anywhere above the basement.
They're running a double?
And I think that could
What
be
the
a big
fuck?
problem because, as we know, this is FearX's map pick. They are prepped. They are ready. It is a map that they like playing. They are going to be good on the defense.
Basement is where we head to. I wonder what the approach is from the attacks this time, because it was a little bit strange to see them just gonna sack off the player who was holding blue stairs, where you would like to see them have a go, and a C4 from Blaz. Oh, he never pulled the trigger. 2 seconds earlier, Meffy would have been dead.
Meffy just spraying through the wall there, almost catching his man, but will not find any damage. And the roundabout continues here as they're still trying to find an opening kill. 40 seconds in though, and FearX are doing well again. They've got themselves into good positions. They've got a little bit of control here.
Nessa's got to be able to hear this and give some information.
Side. Big problem for the minute, of course, is Rin being such low health, but not the end of the world. They just want to make sure that they keep those Bs available for the end of the round.
Strick's going to drop, and looks as though he has, so everyone is going to be on site.
But they waste about a minute.
They've done a little
about
bit
a minute.
Damage here. I'll say a little bit, quite a lot of damage to Rin,
but now obviously
FearX
Key is
haven't
going
lost
to be
anything
the
from it. They
big
haven't
factor
lost
here
any of their
in
important
just holding them
operators.
off.
You still have the Grim Flash,
Especially if they
along
want to
with
do
the
a blue
Capitan.
take.
You have
If you're
your
doing a
ways of
vault
opening up
dropping, yeah,
hatches
it's
as well.
easy.
You still have the Thatcher, so everything at the moment is fine for FearX. Just a little bit less time to do it in. I wonder if maybe GK are just going to let them do the same thing again, because in GK, they know what basement is. They just like to play very static. They didn't really want to move. You have your player in blue.
So they lost the mirror
yeah,
too.
I think it's more the pressure on
And they
FearX
lost
than
the
it is for
hatch.
GK. We know exactly what GK is going to do. He's going to sit in sight and just play the utility.
So they're not going to go for a
see
gold
the
drop
hatches
here,
getting open.
unless they
haven't
do it with
opened up the main
Nova.
lobby hatch yet. Nobody's heading over in that direction, so it suggests we're going to be having a push coming in towards server this time from FearX. Decided last time it didn't really work out. They can take blue stairs here potentially. They need to get on.
Yeah, they're just chasing ghosts.
There. Get yourselves down, and then they can think about this final challenge, which is going to be getting the diffuser down. They'll smash that mirror window.
But Blaz, especially,
and then look to
oh
get that
Blaz, you
opened
cannot
up.
get aggressive here.
My word, they put the mirror window to stop the hard breach gadget going on.
It's empty, there's no glass in it. That's smart play from GK.
It is. That is great to see them utilize the mirror window in a position that we don't really see all too often, but look, there's still a lot of utility you have to go for, and it will have to be a hatch drop. Nova is ready with the bolts in hand. He also has the case in hand as well. In goes one, in goes the second. Oh, what a swing from Blaz! The diffuser's going to be called from the hatch. Somebody needs to retake it. Somebody needs to get in the position. Trick just swings off the hatch as well. Massive kills coming in for GK. A C4 on the top of it as well.
That's a great defensive hold.
Down. Oh, control for GK. Diffuser once again. Not on the hands. Now they pick it up. Has to go for the plant, but another one goes down. Oh, and he wins it. The cherry on top of that round.
So aggressive from GK.
That's a great
onto
defensive
those
hold, though.
hatches. How do you
more than they're rallying each other at the moment.
And, well, we know our wonderful observing team, Sky. Easy and Medics all ready for a fight. Black Gray,
I don't know.
he's got to be ready for a fight. He hasn't found a single one. Now he's got to find all 5 if he's got a hope of this round. The ace to open, not only you're killing, well, he can't even get the drone.
Sometimes that happens.
Sometimes
I can
it
relate.
happens.
I can relate.
Down?
That's why I never use this
There's
gun
also
again
another down,
anymore.
But it's the plant down, baby.
Well, the C4 was a little bit late there, maybe a bit ambitious. I'm not sure where that was pre-placed. Mentalist there just having something to say about that down as it comes through. But Bleed doing a really good job of taking just a lot more of the map there. You got to remember, attacking into the basement, you've got a lot of time. You can afford to take into IT, and just through the sheer nature of the way that Labs is laid out, it isn't the end of the world to take all 3 floors, because there is that huge expanse of space inside of Warehouse where there is just nothing. There's a couple of boxes, and once you've cleared it, it's clear. So a good read from them. And finally, we got to see a little bit of that RAM usage as well.
It's really strange, Labs, because it's a map that when it first came out, I'm gonna chart this as a course. I'm hoping he's listening.
Take me on the journey.
This is the fresh journey of Labs, brought to you by us playing Ranky with him. it starts with the reveal of the map and the play, and there's too many half walls. I hate it. I'm being peeked from everywhere. There's too many things. There's too much coverage. There's too many bits, too many half walls.
10 seconds left.
That was how it was. Then the game started to be developed and played in top tier, in comp, with 5 takes. Then you start to see the taste of it. Now, he's a believer.
It's the best map in the game.
It's the best map in the game. You have plays like this, where the structure of this is very similar to Clubhouse, around the rafters, around the push and control. But instead now, there's the bleed through on the back line that plays a little bit like Oregon. Then you've got the back end, where you've sort of got the big corner that cuts the map in half, a little bit like Chalet. There's so much that goes into the construction here.
Oh my goodness!
What?
Well, that's why you got to be careful playing your Solaces. Turd there on the IQ scanner. And Black Ray just trying to gain a bit of information for free. Had the Helios activated there. And he just gets beamed.
Just gets beamed.
Get beamed.
I mean, Black Ray's having a rough one. Let's be honest. If we said we wanted to see a little bit more, we've got a little bit less from the other side of CAG. It's been a traded round and a traded map at this point. But the early drop on the Solace, I mean, when you're looking towards this site, it's the top and bottom hold. It's a dangerous sandwich. The next bit, Ollie, is the top bit of bread.
The bun top. Is it sesame toasted?
Well, let's find out.
I'm sure we will. There's a very weird thing going on inside of the site right now. That is going to be some lines of sight made, I imagine, by Anaton with the Super Shorty, just ripping things open. We remember previously that we had Turd, I believe it was, on the book. He did do some fantastic work from below. So just keeping a mind on that and not wanting anything to really escape them and have the option to do that themselves. Mentalist, he's going to hop himself in. There's only one door away from the site here. The site, as we know, heavily vacated because of that top floor presence right now. Mentalist just going to see if he can figure out anything on the drone, but Hoven is going to have a bit of a shock as he rounds the corner if the drone work hasn't been done here, because this is being occupied upstairs and they're going to have to fight pretty hard for it.
This is it. All of those entrances, they're watched.
There's literally no one on site, but they're all playing from the top.
He crouches way
so they're
going to
retake
Does he know
really
that there's
easily.
players right behind him? It doesn't matter. He gets one, but there's a second.
Okay, Ashby knows that now.
A little bit too late, a
So
little
they
bit
know
too wide, a little bit too much of a miss. There's the catch. The support comes through from Reaps. They know that there's a player on top blue as well, holding the angle, but that really was the missed
Last one's
moment.
top blue.
The double flank just flitters away to nothing. A flawless. Is the build up there, and the deadlock's broken. 3-2.
Tactical timeout by Firax. Okay, so I'm assuming they lost. They lost another defense, or they lost another attack. I'm assuming.
In favor of Geekay, and then you start looking at
I'm
this
gonna
and
assume
thinking,
that
this could line up for overtime definitely here, and then depends who's got defense, who's got attack.
You're here, so probably.
I mean, it probably will, but yeah, Firax, this is, I won't say a crucial round, I won't say a critical round, but what I will say is it's a big round for Firax. If they get this one, then yeah, they take a big step towards winning the map.
Yeah, but
And they tried to go for a fast play, it looks like.
You know, you're right from the get-go.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what I mean. It's a swing ground, really, potentially.
But, I mean, it is going to be the open area, which you would expect will go in favour of the attackers. You know, this is quite an easy one to attack, just with the layout off it. You know, the big, massive quad wall you open up, and you don't really give the defenders anywhere to sit. But I will say, in fairness to Geekay, we didn't really see a full representation of what their actual setup is, because they lost 2 players within 30 seconds just from somebody jumping in a window. So it's not a true representation of what Geekay can do here in the open area. So if they can keep people alive, I'm more interested to see what their actual setup is, because they just didn't get to see it.
Let's move on in then to round 6, final defense for Geekay coming up. And like you say, let's see what they can bring to the table here, and whether Firax, without the blitz on side this time, can get themselves into the same sort of difficult and tricky positions for Geekay to deal with. I noticed straight away we do have the Amaru on side this time. We'll see how much of an impact potentially that's going to have. There's no hatches for verticality up into sight, so it's going to be more about, I think, getting into top floor quickly and taking control up there. But Haven't really seen
Demic and Ritter going
Blaz
work.
is still in a position to be able to fight. Doesn't see the man. Thought that it might be somebody there, but good boy manages to absolutely slam Blaz.
But
and gets
Demic
an
and Rin
advantage.
just go down.
Back.
Oh, because they tried to take the
Seriously,
fire.
Neskin, once again, they've been doing so much trade work, and they continue to do it.
So good boy,
they've tried
no.
to stem their attack, having the Ash on repel, who then opens up.
No,
one
but
of
then
the
Ash,
archive
the
walls
Ash
where
takes up
everyone else comes in for
space
ATM
here,
straight into
and they're all
archives
like,
and tellers.
okay,
'Cause look at that
so
double
we know
Ash.
that information's
You have that
here.
long line of sight.
Let's
You'll
go
probably
in
pick someone up
fast from
because
top square
that's
and
an angle
whatever.
that just
I'm
doesn't get
assuming
played. So
Demic
as a
was
defender,
walked
that's
into
gonna catch
lobby
you out.
though. That's the
But
thing.
you didn't have anyone holding on to the main corner of that site, the elevator hallway. The wall wasn't opened up. There was no one holding it. And it just one defender just swings it and catches you in the open.
That's such a long range.
It's so frustrating because it's a good idea to open up this archives and tellers, but to forget such a basic thing as the elevator corridor, you're going to get punished.
And they did.
Well, I think
They really
Demic tried to
did.
get
Good boy.
in,
He's
but he
gonna
just
try and
got
fight
shot
that
from
long angle
E1.
on into sight. Trix
or
is going to
E2.
take a lot of damage along the way, as is Neskin. So Geekay, whilst they might have the man
They're
advantage
just gonna
here
prone
in
and
terms of numbers, they don't have the advantage really in terms of hit points, as there are more on the side of Fear X at the minute because of the damage that has been done along the way. Trix and Neskin just going to try and keep themselves off the radar, but I'd be even worried about Twitch drones going in there potentially.
Nova doesn't know about the player in behind the bomb chassis. Now he does. All Trix needs to do is stay alive. You know, he just needs to almost be the bait for his team. I think Trix is happy enough dying in that position because you would hope that his other defenders can just hold the long angles and wait for the attackers to push in. But 30 seconds, oh, somehow Nova's been allowed to swing across and pick up that easy kill. Good boy. He's had a few explosives tossed at him as well. He's going to be stuck inside of the small box, and a swing. Neskin goes down.
So it's just
But look at the
seriously. Oh
HP
my
from Nova,
god.
and good boy, a pistol from
Nova,
Seriously
take it
comes
out.
as well. He's got the pistol in hand. Oh, 2 shots.
Oh my
But then
god, that
Nova
was too
swings around
close.
even with the
He
goo
literally
mine
still had
in
goo
his
mines in his
leg.
foot.
Still picks up the kill. Whew. Why does he have a pistol out? That's what I'm more. Where's
He
his
ran out of
main
bullets,
gun?
I'm 100%
In what
sure.
could be a really
Holy.
important round for Fear X there, Nova gets an essential kill, just picking up that round, closing it out, and that gives them the 3-3 half that they needed. Now, moving on to the defense, what do we need to watch in this second half?
Stout
for GK,
defense
we need to watch
from
how
Sandbox.
efficient they are, how well they set themselves up for potential plants, for executing onto site. It is unlikely, or should I say it would be unforgivable from Fear X on a number of these sites to allow GK to be able to just walk into site and get kills like they did on Chalet. You can't allow that on basement. That can't happen. Top floor, that should also be very, very difficult to do. So Fear X, they just need to make sure that that doesn't happen.
I wonder
and
if Dark has
basically
been learning
force
Korean.
GK to play siege,
Like how
force them to
fast
clear
he's
the
been
map,
learning it.
force them to open hatches, to create space for a plant to go down, to use that utility. And then the big question comes in, can GK do that in time? Can they do that effectively?
There is one thing I'm just thinking about it now. I'm really surprised that Fear X didn't do that. I would assume GK probably will, and that is garage. No garage play whatsoever, and I think garage is as much of a difficult position it is to get into as an attacker, because there's always going to be a defender holding it. If you get yourself in behind that truck, you basically have a cutoff between both of the bomb sites. You shut down the red corridor immediately, which is where all utility
Oh,
goes
Blaz
from
is
the
just
defense.
in. He's gonna.
Oh, Blaz. Oh, how does he get away with it? He's not allowed to do that, Sunbank. He's not allowed.
If you remember the word that I used about 30 seconds ago, it was that it would be unforgivable
Nice.
to allow
They get the
somebody
trade,
to just
but
walk into
losing
site
Matthew
and
is
start
huge.
finding kills.
I mean,
on
they don't really have
basement,
smokes
and
in
that
now.
at the top of blue stairs is unforgivable from the warding. You cannot allow somebody to just walk up on you and find that kill for free. So much utility. There's multiple Goyo canisters up there. There's so much utility invested in keeping hold of those blue stairs. You've got the warden with the shotgun.
Yeah,
got
shotgun as well.
everything that he needs to hold on to it, and he didn't even fight back. He didn't even know it was coming.
He was
It
just
an
like, wait,
easy
what the fuck
pre-fire
just
for
happened?
Blaz. You know, great opportunistic kill from him, but from Fear X, that's the sort of thing that's going to lose him this game.
It just shouldn't happen. It just shouldn't. You know, it's all well and good you win on Chalet, a map which is, you know, heavy in the gun skill department. Plenty of avenues you can kind of go for the crouch walk and those quick takes. Especially in the basement, that shouldn't be happening. I would understand if this is like an open area, somebody slips into archives and tellers, that happens, but on this bomb site, just
That's
no way.
It's the whole purpose of why you're there. That's the only fight you're there to take.
It's the anchor.
He just wasn't ready for it. Tuberau is going to be freezing out the lobby hatch for the time being. That's going to be the technique used by Fearex to try and keep this controlled on this side of things, because then they know that the push is going to have to come in from elsewhere. They know that it's unlikely they're going to face
these Goyle canisters are going to be a big
20 seconds
problem.
left to go, so they're just burning out as much time as they can over there. They'll now recognize that there's a presence inside a server, so they just need to hold off from there. Smart play
the
from
fire's
Seriously
hurting.
there, taking out those 2 Goyle canisters inside a site. The other 2 were positioned up at the top of blue stairs.
He's
so
not going to have
once this
enough.
fire burns
I know
out,
he does.
there should be the opportunity for them to get into sight.
Yeah, it's very default right now from Geekay. You know, opening up the main server breach where you can just try and get in there and go for the plant. But there is smoke still.
It's on the
You know,
bottom.
Nova has all 3 of them ready and that is lined up.
That's
you know,
literally all of it.
getting ready to toss them out, and there we go. There's
That's
the
one in
first
his
two
face, so
still
that's
remaining.
2 already
Not only that,
used
there's
up.
still a C4 as well from Good Boy,
But
Ren
the
gets
hatch
eliminated.
Tricks
Just
just
plays
sits there.
Demic has the long angle though, Tim. This is the position that he didn't address.
Yeah, it could be a key factor
If
here
Trix
as they go to push
jumps
in.
down,
Out comes the smoke
he's gonna get
canister.
really close.
We see now ticking down to 15 seconds. The smoke
gonna run
can
deep.
burn out the rest of the round.
Key.
Oh, Key gets in. He manages to sneak his way
But
through.
good boy.
He could
See you later.
potentially put this down.
Oh, he got 2 of them!
He's there for the kill. It was the position
Just
you picked
hide.
up, Demo. They didn't deal with it.
Nice.
2v2. There's no time. There's no time for GK.
I don't know if you've seen it, Tim, but the C4 from Tabaro was aimed for the guy with the diffuser, and as it went off, the unlucky player above has dropped the hatch at the wrong time, and he gets
That's
down
just
because of
unlucky.
it.
It is truly unlucky.
It happens.
It happens to the
but
best of us.
That is not good for GK. Yes, you'd kind of expect Fearex to pick up the basement.
I think it's okay, because that's the basement, yeah.
Yeah, you expect him to pick it up,
Yeah.
but the problem is
That was
that
really
GK
close.
are now behind with Fearex on the defense
That was
on their
really
own
fucking
map.
close, though.
Fearex, they lock down a second site here. Let's say they win top floor, they 5-3 up. They know that they can rotate back through those 2. There's going to be a lot of confidence for them to take this map. So whilst it was a great, Mephi was completely switched off there. I think he was like hands off his keyboard or something at that point. I don't know what was going on, but Blaz, you know, took advantage of it.
City, maybe, Tim.
Yeah.
It's an
Who
awe in this area that we are. Yeah. Venice, who? Venice, who? Paris, who? I shouldn't say that maybe because there's a few Parisians in.
Manchester is everything at the minute, Demo. This wonderful city that is hosting what I'm sure is going to be an absolutely fantastic major for us. It's certainly kicked off in that trend. We've had 2 maps so far, both go to overtime, 1 on A, 1 on B, and we continue here towards, honestly, what could potentially be another overtime between these 2 on bank.
I've accepted my fate. I've accepted what today is. With you, it's going to be overtime. Every map, every game, maximum rounds. So we'll be casting again another series later on. I could maybe be casting 90 rounds of Siege because of you.
You're welcome.
Wasn't looking for a year welcome. I was looking, you know, maybe some compensation. Tim.
It's everything that we want. It's everything that we want, Demo. We want every single round of this that we can get. We want the challenge, we want the heartache, we want the tension.
Oh,
Big
seal.
moments. As Good Boy goes out of the window, picks up Key and gets away with it for free. There is no Claymore to punish him. He's surely
That was the
gonna lose his
default.
back, but he's wasting time. All the time that he's out here. Trix, he's looking for the peak. He doesn't want to take the fight. There's the kill. But 30 seconds and a death from Good Boy.
I know a lot of probably people at home would have been thinking, why is Key looking, or why is Trix looking up at the window where Key just died at? It's because he just can't swing into the Valkyrie.
No,
But somebody could be waiting for him. It could
stand
be a
and wait
bait.
for it, yeah.
So he's just playing it very, very safe there. So all credit.
So,
to
I mean,
Trix has done
it's
well
huge
just to
now
keep
that you
himself alive.
have-
And I think it's also
his
knowing
Valkyries are
what
gonna get
operators
found
are.
out, though,
You're
by
on the sense
Blaz.
that's an impact operator that you want
But
to
again,
use to get in and go
now
for
you
a
take out
plant.
Hibana.
You can't be losing that because then essentially the whole attack idea that you would have in your kind
And
of
Rin's
operating
just
pick
roaming
basis, okay, what do we
below.
wanna do? Okay,
This
let's
is a
sense,
typical
then we'll try
Rin
and go for
play.
a plan. If you lose the
Rin's
sense,
gonna
then you don't
hop
plan
up the
no more.
hatches,
So
they're not even
it's very
expecting.
wise that he kept himself up, and yeah, Good Boy, he gets the 1 for 1. I think it's an okay pick, Cabana. It's not going to have the greatest of impact, but still, it's
So they know one's Jan, and they
Rin
just
working
get
from underneath on the
jump out.
No!
No!
For the second jump out, but gets cut down by an Esky, and that is not
If
going
that-
to
that-
happen.
if that window's
Seriously manages
prepped-
to pick up Demic, and this is big for GK. They need to find attacking rounds. That is going to be the key.
Mephi's
for
gotta
them
stay alive
to
here.
Get a result
He really-
here
okay.
on bank. They now find themselves in a 3 versus 2 with 50 seconds left. Demo, there's plenty of time.
Sense has been tossed in, but Nova not moving. Trix is on the window right beside him. A nade will be popped over. Has to force Nova out of the position, back in towards the front desk, and back over again.
Where the fuck is, seriously?
Neskin is actually going to rotate below. Maybe a bit of a change up here. Maybe looking to attack more so than go for the plant.
They're not even on cams.
Just looking to potentially find a few kills here and end the round. He's going to open up.
They're
that
going to open up E-wall.
They're
up potential wall.
But it's not going to do
They
the
know
job.
they have him on camera.
That somebody's there, but the challenge comes in. However, Nova can't find his shots, and he leaves Method in a 1 versus 3. 12 seconds left to go.
Nice.
He knows there's one there. He picks him up. Can he find the second? Yes. Oh, he's been
Oh, just prone.
Geekay managed to
That was so close. He got it down. If he just prones, holy. He definitely downed the second guy. He 100% downed the second guy.
Maybe the Geekay.
We'll head over to the Bleed game. Oh my god.
Then Bleed just went, this is free right now.
Holy
shit. We've got the pressure, we've put the fans in
Yeah,
pressure.
definitely the better game. Like,
I mean, they could have positioned better.
not storyline wise, but like
why they were where
gameplay wise, was definitely going to be this fucking Geekay Fear. So I think they're definitely on the same level. Two middle teams, like high teams from their region, have regional. Both teams have regional success, but a lot of them don't have international success. Like Fear has been trying to have international impact, literally since they got dropped from Cloud9. It became Mantis
6-2.
and they got picked up by Sandbox.
Series point now.
Picked up guys and then dismantled the Cloud9 core. Let me turn this down. So like Fear X. So like I've been watching them since literally when I started watching Pro League. Fear X started as Cloud9 Korea basically. So they had a core of NV Taylor, Nova, oh fuck, what is his name? Not Zerips, not Saraneko. It's like Korean veterans at this point. They all played. Fuck. Why? I'm about to think of his name. But like they had Korean veterans. Then they bring Good Boy and drop a Nova because obviously they want the new young gunner. That was kind of the meta. Like have one guy and then everyone else kind of support and hopefully he frags out. They were never able to do that. So then they keep breaking up the core, bringing in like Mephi, Demic, good Rin and stuff like that. And now you get dropped by Cloud9. You go to you go to Sandbox. Now you're Fear X because they combined, or just a rebrand. But like I've been like they have no international success. They always go like first 4 teams every time.
Solus is in fact playing on the top floor there. I think just leaving the basement.
Ted's there.
Solus can afford to play this one pretty loose as well. Reaps looks like he's rocking the shotgun here, so giving himself a few little options. Another plant opportunity going in for Cyclops. Anaton.
Where's the cover?
In amongst the chaos, he gets taken out, but so does Mentalist. Mentalist hits him with a little head shake there, but Shuri from above. Damage has already been done though. The plant
they have the pinch on this guy, but Saraneko goes down now, and Chibisu can't get the
trade. ACOG arc again, picking himself up yet another. Eventually, quite rightly,
so Chibisu gets turned
by Chibisu, but 3 versus 2 now. 45 seconds left, and the kit is in the heart of the bomb site.
3 versus 2, as you said. The Ram, they're drawing some attention elsewhere. A very, very noisy gadget. Oh, and a very, very noisy rotate. Saw a body, but
he just gets
saw a closer one, unfortunately.
So no, last one's buck, and Turd's just GG.
All that's left. Turd hits the GG a little bit early, but at this point, when they can't even find their way through the rotates, he's done magnificent clutches before. Shuri, they've been 3 versus 1s, but not against this one. Bleed. A long first map into a very smooth second. Labs was theirs, and they delivered it just as it should have been.
7-2 there for Bleed. A great performance over on Nighthaven Labs. Night and day compared to what we saw over on Skyscraper. Bleed got a really good handle of this game quite early on, and they kept tight hold of it. Opportunities on Skyscraper
it's just easy.
Really slipped.
It's just easy.
To put the diffuser down, but he doesn't need G2 as Trix finds the final kill, and that's why you pick your men up, Demo. He was picked up, and he comes back with the round-winning kill. Geekay, they get another attack, and FearX, they are on the back foot right now.
Oh, good boy. Just so unlucky. He just put his head at the wrong time. It was honestly, it was the last bullet of the spray that was put in. You know, you can't get any more unlucky than that. He thought he timed it well. I thought he did as well, but just the last bullet is enough to get him. But boy, oh boy, Geekay, the confidence, I think, since that time out on Chalet, the confidence change is incredible. I would say there'd be nerves for Geekay. There would be nerves. And I think whenever they kind of see that, hang on a minute, we can
So 4-5 now.
we can take them in the gunfight department. That has just been the mentality shift.
And it's good to see them coming out with this performance on Bank. As we've said, it's their permaban map. They never really play there. And they're coming out and they're doing pretty
They're
well.
hiding Demic.
You know, yes, they haven't played sort
But they
of
bring Maverick
heavy.
anyway.
They haven't gone in and got plants and stuff. That's it. They haven't, you know, played that side of the map particularly. And you've got to say, you know, against maybe, you know, a top-tier Bank team,
Because it's going fast.
you're going to struggle a little bit. But that's not what
They're still
facing
setting
at the
up.
minute. It's about coming in and it's about
Clash
winning
is there.
today.
We're
Like
fine,
you
we're
said,
fine,
we're
we're
in a
fine.
tournament. It's about winning. It doesn't
No,
matter
turn
how
around.
you do it. And Geekay right now recognise that, and they know that they can bully these FearX players. They can find them in positions where they can take gunfights. Blaz can walk in and get aggressive in their faces and give that advantage to Geekay at the beginning of the rounds. And Geekay, I think the way that I would put it, they play into their strengths very, very well at the minute.
Yeah, I mean, look, the plan is not let's get the plant down. Look at their lineup. It doesn't scream utility dump where you can plant with ease. It is more about just, I would say, comfort picks. It's about being able to open up the hatches and then trying to probe and get some kills. You know, look at Ash, for example, doesn't have the greatest of value outside of maybe mirror windows, but the mirror windows, again, can be dealt with like a Capitao or a Grim, for example, can deal with them with no issue. So, again, it's just a preference, I think, for a player like Blaz to go on that operator with the gun that you have on the Ash. But, look, right now the biggest issue is going to be this flash. Nothing on the lineup on the attack to deal with that. Maybe they might be able to use an EMP to stop the taser effect, but even still, how do you then get close and, you know, somebody helping the clash, for example? It's going to be very, very difficult, but yeah.
That's going to be the key, is who's supporting Nova.
Yeah.
They need somebody supporting him so that they're not allowing Geekay to get close. They've shown that they'll play with aggression. They've shown that they'll take fights. So given an opportunity, they're going to go up and they're going to hit that shield. And they need to
Demic
make
goes
sure
down.
that doesn't happen on the side of FearX. Seriously, he picks up Demic with an opener.
The only issue now is that Nova is by himself. No one is near Nova, and Nova, they're just going to ignore him. So he's out of the game, so they're just trying to take a 3v5 on site because they know the clash is just null and void here.
Good Boy's looking the wrong way here. Blaz has dropped
Then
into
they're going
elevator.
garage.
Good Boy's watching for the lobby push. They are holding on to Garage at the minute. Important fight coming in, seriously.
Oh my
Sprays down
God.
there, people can't find the kill. And Blaz, once again, is finding the holes in FearX's back line as he manages to get a big kill to open things up. And
Yeah,
4
it might be
versus
chalk.
1, surely that's the round now, Demo.
Unless Ren can prove you otherwise,
One.
Tim, and he gets one, and still 3
hear
more
one
to
above.
find, but it is going to be difficult. We do see
Oh,
a
you
run attempt. Is that
You
some
see the
form of
foot?
angle? It's something that he can maybe lock onto. He will swing around the back. He sees
Oh.
it, but too late. Diffuser goes down. He has to cross for the garage that we know seriously is currently holding. There's going to be no hope for Ren. It shouldn't be as long as GK can just set up, get the refrags, a C4 to no avail. GK just storming away.
FearX feel like they've done exactly the same as they did on Chalet. If you remember, there was those 3 rounds back to back, and it was round 9, 10, and 11 for FearX. They just seem to get to a point in a game, and everything kind of switches off. Everything kind of shuts down. Everything, you know, just kind of slows down, and they lose that momentum. And we're here again, Demo. Round 10, round 11, same rounds, and FearX have just failed to show up for the last couple of rounds. And it is
Well,
a
they
big
lose a
problem,
clutch, and then
something
they
that
just
they're gonna
lose
need to
open
deal
area.
with.
The one thing
And
that
then
I
they
would
lose
worry
base
about more
mid.
than anything is how does the first kill actually come to fruition? How are they losing? Like, I'm pretty sure with Sears in the bottom.
Nova got
who has
out.
died? Who has exposed themselves to either a main stairs or a hatch? How, like, can they not just keep people alive in the site? Because as soon as you lose that first one, it makes the clash have less value. Already bringing in the Clash is
As you
difficult
lose
because
people,
lose a guy.
Clash
Same way we talk about
value goes down.
4.5 versus 5 almost.
It's difficult in that regard. And if you lose a player, somebody else had to take his position, and then the Clash was left by himself, which we've seen that the Clash was just alone in server, had no impact whatsoever. But I think that's very wise from Geekay. If they get gifted a kill, they'll say, okay, we'll just leave that guy, we'll just go for a 3v5 execute, and it's quite easy. And they did that. I love the player going in towards Garage. You need that. And like I said, you get in that Garage position and it just creates that divide.
Actually, this is a nasty one.
That's been something that I've been impressed with Geekay so far, is the ability, the mid-round ability to adapt, to look at what's in front of them and say, actually, this is now what we're going to do. This opportunity
Blaz
is
on a
presented itself.
fast
We saw it on
entry.
Shelly, where Blaz just, right, this isn't working.
It's not the default.
I'm just going to walk into side. We've got to get something doing. And I like that adaptability from
he's
Geekay,
getting
that
something
ability
done
in the
every
mid-round
time.
to just switch things up a little bit. You know, it doesn't have to be a big change in course, but it's enough to get the job done or to recognise that opportunity and to take it, and that's been really good for them.
Oh, back onto the open area again. And last time it was
They're playing
a
a heavy
unfortunate
fucking
round
holy
more than
shit.
anything.
If it runs on
Oh,
batteries,
sorry, no,
I
it's
see
basement
it.
with an open area hold. That's where we're at. Apologies, I was confused. I was like, no way they go to open area again whenever basement's still there. But look, open area hold, maybe this is what they need. Maybe they need to bring a little bit of aggression into the fray of things and just stop Geekay from being able to just take the map as freely as what they have been doing.
I mean, already Blaz has taken a lot of damage there. We've commented on Blaz's entry ability, particularly over the last couple of rounds, to just wander in and get
So
himself
Rin
a freebie
finally
that
gets-
he
they
really
get a-
shouldn't
they
be
get an
getting. This time
opening
they've
pick
not allowed
finally.
it to happen. He's taken a ton of damage, as has Rin, fair enough, but they've fought him off. They've got him backed up, and now they've also got the opener onto X-Key. They've taken the Maverick.
Oh,
That's going
no.
to hurt their ability potentially to get
Okay,
the
it's-
matches. We've
okay,
got
so
Tabura
now-
on side
no, but he
that's gonna
left.
Be able to slow things
He's
down
on Marble,
with those Hibana
or he
pellets.
fell through the
It puts a
hatch.
lot more pressure on Neskin
Oh,
to
that
get
fucking-
work done.
This is the second time, I would say, in the series that we've seen Geekay.
That's
try
actually
and
really
attack
smart by
the off-site
Nova,
hold from,
putting your Echo Drone
Fear
there
X.
when it's a
That's twice now,
basement,
hasn't worked.
especially.
You know, that's already, it's not a coincidence no more. That's twice it's happened. So I think actually trying to attack these players in open area has been actually the wrong move by Geekay. Now it happened on Shelly and it's happening here in Bank. So something for Fear X to look at, and obviously something that Geekay need to address. It's, you know, what are we doing wrong with actually clearing out away the roamers? But I suppose that's a discussion to see how they do in another day where they can actually look at that and see what they can improve on.
Again, a lot of focus.
Blaz
on
has
that
just
long
walked
pass, but the
in.
drop hasn't really come down.
And no
Again,
one's
you're letting
dead
Blaz
from
walk
Fear
from
X.
the side. He's taking pot shots. He has to back up. He knows that he's been found out in that position. The challenge will come in. He's low health. He can't risk it for much longer. It doesn't
They have
really
32
pay
seconds.
off
They've
this
stalled
time.
perfectly.
I mean, Nova has the Echo in hand. Great position just
Ooh,
to
he's
sit
just
and
yeah, he's
hold
dead.
all that information, but he gets naded.
Loss.
Oh, but a shrapnel has hit the Yokai. Have they got the wall open? No, they haven't. They can't
Blaz
even
is
go
down
for a
now.
default
Blaz
blast.
gets taken
Down
down.
goes
They all
Blaz,
drop
who was a
hatch.
low
Shirley
HP
gets
anyway.
one. Oh, but
no,
there
Hatch
goes
drop has not worked
Neskin.
out
It's just
seriously
Tricks and
well.
Cereally.
Jones
The
in
last one is
gets to be a
Tricks. He's trying to play by behind the
The
bomb,
basics
but a
worked on.
crossfire
Correct there from
established by
GK. They
Fear
couldn't
X.
get that main wall open.
Wow.
You're asking for trouble.
The big thing was the loss of the Maverick. Obviously, I picked up on the hatch element, but if you think back to the last time they attacked
They
onto
opened up the
server,
server breach.
they opened up the main wall with the Maverick. That was obviously the plan for GK, and I've talked about their adaptability in that round, but they've maybe shown us there that whilst they do have great adaptability in some ways, and the ways that I'm talking about, and it comes back to this gun skill versus objective
Yeah,
play.
tech timeout.
If we're looking
Or
for
tac
kills,
timeout.
and if
Ugh,
we're looking for
right,
gaps and opportunities, then their adaptability is great. If they play in towards an objective focus, and the plan gets broken down because they don't have the breacher that they want for that area now, maybe not as good. So again, that objective play, just needing more options.
I mean, again, it just you look at the way Fear X certainly been setting up some of their defenses. That was a lot better because they didn't just sit back. You know, they actually took the fight to GK. I think for a long period we've seen it there for what, 3 rounds in a row. It was just GK was getting every trend, every little bit of luck that could have went your way. They were getting that, and I think that comes down to just Fear X just asking for it, because you're sat in positions that you're just going to die from. I think you have to move around. You have to do something. You just can't sit there and let GK just win the attack. I know that for some of the sites on Bank, you almost do have to play that way, but you still have to get a little bit aggro. You know, look at, even if you think back to the way Fear X had some of their attacks go, you know, we've seen GK swinging hatches from reverse, for example.
Yep.
And it worked well, because they're not just sitting back and waiting for it to happen. They're doing something about that. They're stopping them from even getting the slightest inch of confidence going into an attack. And I think Fear X, they need to keep that going.
Round 12 then. It's going to be 6-5 GK's second opportunity to close out not just the map, but the match. They could come away with a 2-0 win. They did pick up the opening map of Chalet. If you look to the top right of your screen, our wonderful production team keep that all updated for you. And you can see that Chalet was 8-7 to begin with. GK took that one. They came in here on a permaban map, and they've taken it to the point where they have the opportunity to close this out here and now and move themselves on in the phase 1 upper bracket. They're attacking top floor. They've already won this demo. It was back in round 8.
Yeah.
Can they do it again?
Hopefully the timeout was used. For those of you who don't know, it's not Aloe anymore. That people probably would have seen Aloe whenever we've seen Geekay and stuff at the last major they're at. They've brought in a Brazilian coach. They brought in Hellraiser. He's a young guy coming into the fray of things. And obviously, I always think Brazil, you need to have a bit of that if you want to play in this current day and age and the map that you have. So. Look, the timeout worked really well from them the last time whenever they done it in Chalet. Let's hope it's
they didn't get it.
It's not much of an uphill battle.
So now
Trying
Devin's
to
just
clear off the Selma charge there. Doesn't do its job, and it's going to allow Neskin a nice, clear, long angle all the way up into Elevator. So Demic is going to find himself in a tough position. Going to open up the wall from
so they're going to know that he's
CEO
in here.
As well, so definitely looking for a plan.
Unless you're going to drop hat, unless they have to make.
Here, GK looking to maybe get in behind the desk, but as
so they know where the mirrors are, but they don't have a Twitch.
Is going to be Stock Corridor and Janitor.
So, right now, if you look on the kind of basis of how the attacks have went previously for the top floor, it wasn't necessarily
Rin's just gonna get fucking
way.
full.
They were just focused on playing the windows, trying to root out some of the strong positions that FearX can try and sit behind, and more importantly, use the senses.
They're gonna try and
this kind
catch
of
out
mechanic.
anyone.
They are up against, of course, the Warden, which is a perfect counter to the sense, but see, it's just there for a bit of a bait. Nothing really that I think FearX need to worry about.
Oh,
it's
but Blaz has just
more to
creeped
try
his
and
way
take the
in.
attention away from the other lurkers, such as Blaz right now. Look where he is, under the stairs. Nightmare.
1 minute 10 left to go.
And you're gonna hear a
FearX
drop.
holding on pretty well so far, but it's about this point of the round they could really do with finding a kill or two, as the pressure is going to mount as we continue. We can see how many holes have been opened up, how many lines of sight, how many angles. Blaz is going for another little crouch up the stairs. He knows the man's there, and it's free for him again. He picks up the kill. Does he know about the second around the corner? He does, but can he find him? Yes, he can. A double from Blaz, not just to open up the round demo, but maybe to open up the match. This could be the moment for GK, but good boy, he starts fighting back. He manages to pick up one onto Trix. 4 versus 5.
3 versus 3.
3 versus 3 is good.
Mephi's got to turn off his glasses now, but Blaz is literally all the way into sight, and he has no idea. Mephi gets pinched, but no, that's good game.
They take their first win here at the Manchester Major, taking down FearX.
Oh, what a huge play from that man, Blaz. Again, he is doing stuff that FearX should never let him get away with. What Blaz does, it's not a flashy play. It's just he walks, he finds a bit of space, and he just gets kills.
Blaz is just doing Blaz things where he crouch walks in.
Blaz, he's had a stellar Chalet, he's had a stellar Bank now as well, where he's just appeared, but I've been very impressed with GK, because especially for Bank, where we kind of thought it's been a pearl ban, they're a new team, Bank doesn't the new teams, it's more of a kind of veteran side who would do well at that one.
You got 17 minutes.
I'm pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, overall, I think GK have dealt well with what was in front of them. They've at times adapted well when they've needed to. I would like to see a little bit more objective play and plants out of them, as we've said. Show us that you've got it in your playbook more than anything.
They planted once the whole series.
Yeah, but overall, I agree. Solid performance. Blaz has been allowed to get away with far too much there. FearX, for their next matchup, for that lower bracket game, they need to be looking at that. They can't be allowing players to wander in and get those opening kills in key positions. That's something that they can definitely pick up on and improve. But overall, GK, looking pretty good. And talking about GK, talking about Blaz demo, we've got him with Milosh, who can have a quick chat for us.
Yes, we do. And of course, congratulations to GK. Got Blaz here with me, the French prodigy who has played now in 3 different regions. How does it feel like to now get a win in your first ever major?
First major, yeah. Really happy. First game in major, first win. For first game in major, really good game from me. I would say I give a lot of good call and I get lot of good skill kill too. So I'm really happy.
I mean, it looked like it. You were popping off on the server, and you were so excited, full of energy the entire time. How's it like now to play with a team that, you know, when you're thinking is such a multinational team that has to pivot to English and make it work even here?
It's really good because we have a lot of experience from every region. Me, I play in NA on Europe, so I have a both experience. We have 2 guys from Brazil and people from MENA who play a lot of tournament like Major on 6. So we have a lot of Heidi, a lot of Heidi how people play. So it's really good to the team, and yeah, very good.
All right, well, we get to see more of that energy from you and the excitement in the server later on tomorrow. Congratulations on the win. For those watching at home, if you are subscribed to the stream, awesome. If you're not, make sure to do so, because when we come back, we're going to be taking questions with Seriously from Geekay, of course, Blaz's teammate. And if you have any questions you want to ask him, hey, we leave it open to our subscribers. Make sure to put them in there, and our staff is working on it to feed them into my ears. But all of that and more after the break.
So we go on break here. Let me mute that. Let me grab that screen over there. And then here we go. Okay. Play some more Poker Rogue. Now that we're back. Okay, so I think I want to try and catch the Bidoof here. So I'm going to double into the Squall Vet. Oh, good. You can definitely hear the construction outside. So now I want to attack. Squall Vet's gone. Oh, I finally get water gun to pick up the dead. This is okay. That was a crit. No, I have round. I'm gonna throw a Pokeball just to see if I can catch it. Yeah. Simple. Okay. I mean, we're just catching these Pokemon kind of as fodder until we can find a fucking. Oh, we use protein on. Let's use it on Peplup. You never know. I'll grab Chikorita. I also play a little music. I'm just gonna wait until these ads run out too. So we're gonna play some Miko. We'll play a little music while we go. See you later. See you later. All over here. There it is. I'm gonna grab Lepa Berry and just. I definitely should have healed, but I'm gonna go into. Let's go for Coco. Definitely gonna heal next. I'll see you later. I'll see you later. Ooh, do I grab the Rogue Ball or do I grab the IV Scanner? I don't think I'm gonna catch that many Molly's this run. I'm gonna grab the Rogue Balls. Trainer, that's fine. Good thing I healed. Tail comes out. Hey, Tail, I'll see you later. Ad's finally done on the Twitch side. We have 4 minutes left for an interview. And then we still have that, so we don't have to worry about it. Poison powder, no, we won't. No, that's 25. It's the next rival battle. Gluttony. I'm gonna use X attack just so my attack goes up. Yeah, this is one that I should be able to catch. Gun. Killing shield, covet. There's a little. Yep. Throw. Great ball. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this one has pick up. So this one's the one I'm gonna use. So now that we have pickup, we're going to be able to get items. Brave. I could do it on Empoleon. I think I'm going to heal up there. I'm going to HP up. I'm going to HP up Chikorita. Oh, we're going to switch out Fake Coco, though, because these can't have much shot at this range. So, Echo Voice.
Always try to make it right, but I keep
Still got 10 there.
short. Can't seem to see what change is fine when change crushes my hope.
Yeah. I just need healing. Like bouncy, but oh, I should have used Poplio. Porcelain Charm? Poplio and Fake Coco are a nasty duo. It just sucks that, like... So, like, you see how that pick up? So now I can move that to, like, Fake Coco and shit. And now that I have a Nugget, I can heal. And then use a Nugget to get my fucking XP back. So this one has much shot. Better. I could use a max potion here, not really worth it at this like level. So I'm just gonna let's do one for Coco. He's 13 now. I'm gonna Chikorita. Infestation, I'll learn instead of String Shot. Just because it does residual. Oh, you really want to go Fujiana? I'll see you later. Okay. Candy Jar, that's actually really good. Do I need to heal? I won't heal. Candy Jar, so rare candies go up by 2 now instead of 1. Holy. I love that I'm able to I love that fucking play rough is 90%. Well, this thing's faster than me now. Thing's faster than me now. I got an ad. Give me 1 second. Use overdrive, honestly. This is probably gonna do a lot more. Bravo's done in 7 minutes, and they're talking to the coach right now, or Sealy. Nothing that could change my mind. So the next rival battle is at 25. Weak, maybe strong. Oh my god, gotcha. Oh, shoot. I'm gonna throw a rogue ball. I might evolve to Bayleaf then. Special defense. you done to you? Watch this. Ooh. I'll see you later. Done to you, done to you. I'm gonna add the dire hit. I hit sensitive by accident. Got another ad. Damn, I'm really good at these. Oh, where are we? He's talking to... Still talking to the coach, so... Second match, Brazilian will clash over the European, G2. So if I get a rare candy, come on, don't pick me up, man. So Chikorita should. This is gonna be. It's kind of bad just because of the fact that we don't have rare candy, or like we're not close to. These two aren't close to evolving. That I gave you. Okay, so the X speed's gonna work out really well. I'm gonna heal fully with my Mons. I'm gonna grab the X speed. X items actually help a lot, especially with these Pokemon. She loves off with Brax. Flame charge. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna lose this, or we're just gonna restart. Yo, we are so under leveled. Okay. I might have to restart this run then. I just didn't get lucky. A lot of this is RNG based. Because sometimes I'll get XP shares as well. No, we fucking lost. Can't really beat it with level 18s versus level 15s and 13s. That one's gonna be hard. Where are we at? Still talking about the documentary. Little deaths from Milosh. We gotta reload this thing. He's dead. Oh, there we go.
Felt in control.
Playoffs, come on.
On se voit sur main stage, donc à bientôt.
You want to go out? But where?
Well, I'm gonna go, I guess. So see you later. Bye bye.
So they're also recapping the Bleed game. Okay. Welcome, Rogue. Where are you? No, servers are still there. We'll keep watching this though.
We can fucking solve the problems. We don't fucking force anything.
Wake up. Get out your head. Play.
Still got 9 fucking minutes. Okay. So waiting for Pokerog to get back. This happens a lot. Where servers will just crash. Okay, let's do Wordle. Oh my god, I cannot spell. Okay guys, we're gonna guess okay, so an AST, not in that order though, so it could be, can't be, okay, it could be stars. Okay. Oh, it's stairs. It's not stair? Okay. So STA. Is it? No, because straw is spelled R. Is it steak? No, okay. STA. So there's no E. What vowels do we have? We have U. And it, oh, it also could be an S or A again. STA. Stack? No, we already use a K. Oh, is it stamp? It's not stamp. It's not starve. I don't think it's Q. O W. U W. No. Stall. Could be stall. I just don't want to take that chance. No. 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 And so, oh, is it no? Yeah, it could be stand or it could be stall. I'm gonna go with stand. Fuck. What was it? Was stall. Oh my god.
Time to switch to Spectrum. Now you can get.
It was stall. Yup, I know how to play Wordle.
Always tried to make it right, but I keep coming short.
Nope.
Can't seem to see why change is fine when change crushes my hope.
So they're talking let's try quest. So you got U and E. I'm just gonna put out the word March to see what our words are. So we get C, so it's CEU, so CEU or some. It's not mulch. Down, down, down. It's not carry. It's not Q. Be better. No. It's not worry. Obviously, I'm just looking at letters right now. So CEU. It's not quench. It's not rent. Oh, let's try given to see what words we. So no. Okay. Got 3 more guesses. So E can't be here or here. So it could go E, C. I'm trying to figure out one more word so that I can fucking put it together. Jelly, so no, E doesn't belong there. I just double letters aren't gonna help me. I could. Well, with 3. So E has to either be at the front or has to be at the end. Or is it? No, it's not niche. Okay, I caught the ad again. So E can be at the. So E has to be at the end or the beginning. So ECU. Or is it, wait, DECKS? Is it Dex? No. Holy shit. So it could be B. No, but then E can't be there, so it has to be. I think it has to be E, B, U. No, it can't be U-Bank. U-Bunk. Because C can't go there. It could be C. No, but that doesn't, vowel-wise, it doesn't work. What vowels do I have left? I have, oh, wait, is it could? No, but there's no E. It's not cough. We have ZX, so I don't think it's those two. Is it P-O? Poach? Pouch? No. So we got 2 minutes on the Twitch stream. I'm so sick and tired. What is E? So, okay, but O doesn't have to be in this word, but it makes the most sense to have 3 vowels. So P, O, U, E, C. I give up. Oh, it was OU. Cope. I am coping. Wait for the video to end. Okay, again. Oops. So many ads. We're gonna try pouch. Okay. We're gonna try straw. Okay, so there's an AT. So there's no S, so I don't have to worry about that. No, there's no U, so I don't have to waste a quest. Vest. No, but there's no S. Maker? Let's try maker. Let's see. Okay, so A is in the right spot. So it's something A. No, but it's not R. So it's not Xander. Can't be Xander. QA. What vowels do I have? I have I left, so I can't do trait. No, very is forwards. No, napkin's 6 words. Okay, so we're looking at the bracket right now, actually, then. So this is where we have to wait for Cruelty versus Space Station. Space Station should win this. Team Liquid versus G2. That's the one we're gonna watch. Let me change the title then.
When was the last time
No.
I took a road trip? How many?
I'm trying to change the title. Okay, title change.
Seems like it was just last night. I was all set up for the highest heights. Oh yeah, how to fuck it all up again. 18, yeah, I got big dreams, but it don't mean shit if I can't stop dreaming. Every second, yeah, I could have been there right then. I'm taking over my thoughts, no, I can't let it go. Say I just need to focus, but that's what I don't do best. Yeah, here we go again, didn't mean to go.
Going mine. I'm gonna do given just to see where words. Okay. So it could be TA. But there's no I. So I know that now. So it could be a double A. Like radar or. It's not taper. Is it like radar? No, but R and D don't. What D does work? No, but I gotta get a T somehow. Oh, let's go, Batty! Let's go! I was like, It has to be like a double. Let's go. Also, we're going dark mode. So we're almost here for cruelty. Oh my god. 6-second ad to the next song. Nope. We're going back to Quest. Okay, E and S, so it could be safer. Ooh, the A and E. Okay, so it goes. No, it's not hasty. Wait. No. Okay, so S has to be in the middle here, so XASE. And it can't be a double letter. HASE. No. Is it? No, it's not cases. Something AE. ASE. No. Oh, it's not based. It's not cased either. God, Ed. I'm trying to think. 7 minutes. Keep playing Mortal then. Easel, fuck! Back to Quest. Okay, E is in there. No, I'm not gonna do Given. Okay, actually I could do Given. So I and E, N is in the right place though. That's good. So it has to start with an E. No, 11 is ELEVEN. No, Diesel is. Okay, so E is in the first position. Oh, and L. Oh, so we have 2 words. So it has to start with an E. Can go L. L. So a word that starts with E and ends in L. Oh my god. I thought of the word Epstein. Fucking Epstein. Holy shit. See you again. No, let's be. My god, there's so many ads. Okay. So I has to fit into these two right here. Either or. And it can't be a double E, so E should be. Could it go? No, that's not a word. E-A-L-I-L-I. No, yeast is a waste of a fucking. No. Because it wouldn't be E-H. E-W? No. Because no, because V doesn't work. No. Okay, so I is in the right spot. So E L A I. Okay, so it's E L. Could be. No, it can't be L because L is right there. So it could be I. What words do I have left? I have R. I have Y. I have O. P. Oh, Elden. Elden Ring. No! Elfin! Fuck, dude. Guys, I'm not good at English, I swear. You don't deserve this. Okay. Okay. No, I don't want to fucking add. Oh my god. We're gonna start with given. So I is in it. Okay. So it's not quest. I'm gonna try radar. So I and R are in it. No, not tipper. Maker could. No. Oh, cider. Oh no. Okay, that's bullshit because I did radar and the R. Misinformation. I know D wasn't in there. Fuck. I haven't try yokes. Oh, so IR. Wait, is it riots? I haven't used T yet. I've used S. It's gonna be a full send moment, or I'm gonna assume it's not floors. So I think it has to be. It's not flower. Because. No, but I doesn't work there. So it has to go like something R. Something R. So like MR, no, BR, BRI. I can still do quests. No, I can't. It's not more. And I'm not around. Okay, so we see band phase now. Okay, G2's starting actually. Fuck it. We're watching the G2 game. I'm done with Wordle.
Potentially as well, given that we're on club.
I mean,
yeah, I'm gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back.
Both these teams are very familiar with it. Both these teams are comfortable playing Clubhouse. We know that. You know, the map pulls from both these sides. Well, they'll be as deep as any other side you'll probably find, don't you? Because they can just play every map in the pool. So, again, I think this is a game where you need your big players stepping up. I think that's what it'll come down to. Whenever you always look at G2 versus Brazilians, obviously the fear factor is, will Alamal crumble under the pressure? Because it's happened to him in the past. But this is probably the only team where you would say that no, he hasn't, because he beat them SI. I think you go against FaZe, you go against Furia. I think it's a different story, especially against Furia. But surprisingly, Liquid's a matchup that seems to be Alamo's very comfortable with. And I think right from the get-go, that's something we have to look at and say, yeah, that goes in G2's favor. And we can't really use that narrative of, oh, Alamo's be terrified of zone region.
So let's get things underway. We will kick off with Team Liquid's map pick. Clubhouse. It is their third preference map overall. It's one that they're going to be confident coming in on, but to be fair, you know, G2, we have seen some reasonable performances here. In recent history, they won win and 2 losses, so not ideal for them. But we know that they are, I mean,
they're happy to play it.
At this point, everybody should be happy to play Clubhouse. That's, you know, what we always say. If you want to go on and win a tournament, you ain't going to do it if you can't play on Clubhouse.
So I do like the fact that G2 already from the get-go are just going to be full sending it with a very util heavy kind of lineup. You're bringing in the Capitao and you're bringing in the Monty. So immediately I'm thinking it's going to be your kitchen dirt with a little bit of blue.
Okay, I'm back.
That's going to be
typical G. Talimel has goat in his name. This game's over. This game's fucking over.
Played in our last series here on A-Stream because it was banned out, but Monty at the moment, in my eyes, is just an S-tier operator. Just with the shield change that happened, the fact that he can go
I'm surprised Virtue isn't on.
Information gaining,
Habana.
nothing can really stop him apart from, you know, the.
I mean, Benja's just gonna frag on after him.
So then all of a sudden, unshielding and becoming almost a mini blitz, you just don't get the flash. It's it's unbelievable to him.
It's a mini blitz.
Virtue then going to be trying to take space, looking to get on into.
I'm surprised they're running that much hard breach.
At least open that
well, I mean,
so
Monty for the hatches, Habana for dirt.
And return for Team Liquid, but at this point, G2 fairly comfortable that they've got this map locked down now. Apart from that basement level, Liquid have pretty much now been forced back. We can see all.
Benji should be used for the
and one out in dirt, which is what I expected. Lagonis is going to be trying to hold on to that. No push coming towards dirt from G2 at the moment.
Where's the shield? Where is he? Where is Alamau? He's the player that we need to try and watch out for, of course. At the moment, he's just doing the drone work. Again, I think wherever the Monty's going to be pushing from, that kind of lets us know what the idea is. And yeah, looks to be getting himself over towards dirt. So again, as expected, it's going to be this kind of classical.
But Benja has the diffuser.
Capitao coming from Uno.
So
that's going to be your key to gaining control of blue. You just fire in.
And he heard that, so whoever was in there, I think that might have been.
You can also clear away this kind of close position on the door as well in towards third box.
Resets.
So again, they shouldn't really have too many issues with clearing out some of these strong positions. What it comes down to is how good is the reactive factor that Liquid are going to have. Liquid, they only have one C4, and that's really it for Denial. They don't have a lot of other ways apart from just having to cross over and take some gunfights. I say that though, I was thinking about Dirt. Alamas actually dropped in towards the triple wall of Church, and that will eliminate the Mira window, and he's in a position where he can just walk into sight.
Just really getting up in the faces, and we're seeing the power of the Monty there. But
And
look at that, resets Nest, managed to pick up 2. And
and they just
holding
sweep
firm here. Team
Maya's
Liquid
sitting in the
onto
middle.
The basement, just dealing.
Is
Not
Maya
even
calling
worrying
now?
about that Monty, taking the fights around him, finding the kills, and Liquid,
Where's
they
Tyson?
win the first round.
I mean, Liquid didn't really have to do much.
No.
They just stood in their positions and they picked up their kills.
They really don't have to.
It's as simple as that. It's more G2 you have to look at. You bring in the Monty, and you're going down for the triple wall. I mean, look, Doki needs to get that kill. You know, Alamau's providing just constant information. That kill needs to come in. I would say it felt a little bit disjointed, where almost the guys in triple wall were trying to move in before blue had even been really dealt with. So just little things like that, just a bit of a mistime.
No, I think Laconis is base calling. I think Laconis is he's base calling all the guys. Oh, let's go for this. But then Maya is calling mid rounds and shit like that, and resets Palu, and everyone's just following.
Everyone! Liquid's finished, Liquid's done, Liquid are through, that's it, they're done, they're never going to do anything. And they surprise everyone when they go and win the qualifiers.
Liquid,
I think that's what they changed up.
obviously,
Because
you know,
Laconis just being the
without
main
major,
caller
like,
is not
all 5
helping.
players change it being his wrong. With it, as it stands at the minute, even with a change here and there, you can never write off Liquid. They are always a team. They're always a team who can turn up and get a result. That much is just a fact. You know, what would I like to see from Liquid? I've said it for a long time. You know, amongst other teams, there's, you know, no bias here, but I think like everybody, I'd love to see Liquid win an event at some point.
I was going to say, are you going to lead up with I'd just love to see them win?
I'd just love to see them win an event at some point. Just as a Siege fan, you know, we can't ignore the fact that Nesk and Paolo are two of the greatest players to play this game.
The Monty's not going to work.
A lot of the time, I look at it and I think, you know, like Nesk and Paolo, I don't feel like they've had that opportunity to be those big gunners that we know they can be over the last 12, 18 months. I feel like their roles have changed a little bit, and maybe they just need to facilitate them a little bit more.
I think the thing that Liquid have had issues with the past 2 years is that we always knew Liquid as the same 5 players. They were on the team together for a long time, and then they started adding roster changes. I remember whenever they brought in, you know, Resets, for example, he came into the side, and he's still here today. And that was like a massive change, like the first change they had in like maybe 18 months. But I do feel as though certainly over the past year, just they've had more transfers than ever. Like ever before, you know, they're bringing in people, you know, Bobs was here, he's now gone. You're bringing in Maya now as well, who was part of that Team 1 roster we've seen out of Atlanta, so it's just, it definitely been a little bit of an issue for that. I think that's been the biggest issue with Liquid is just changing players.
Oh, they missed the Zoto. The Zoto missed. The guy in the bathroom's fucking dipping.
For the time being, they looked good in round 1, and they're going to be trying to hold on for round 2.
They missed the Zoto.
G2 made a little bit of a mess of this breach here. Alamau is able to get inside.
Alamau was able to
gets
call,
the shield
but
back extended, a little bit more safety for him. Just pinging out locations. Needs more support than he had last time. As he said, the Monty is there to create space by pushing defenders back, and also as an intel operative to provide those locations, provide those comms to his teammates, and then he needs somebody challenging around.
Imagine someone nitros from
He's managed
below.
to get himself right on into shower there, and that's going to make it tough. There is an opportunity for G2 to push into Jim.
There goes Nast. That's the impact from below, and Alimau just gets smoked as his gun is up. Why is your gun up?
Oh dear, you've lost the
But Benja replaces him, and Maya takes out Doki. Nesk is still down, and they haven't even opened this. Like, I think they're missing fundamental values here for fucking. They're missing fundamental values. Hello, everyone
4-0 as well.
Hello,
of course,
hello.
the newest player on the roster coming in this year, and we've spoken about those changes. This one seems to be, you know, could it be heading towards a match made in heaven? Maya with a fantastic start against G2 here, and just looks to continue. It's going to be Reset challenging out onto the breach for the time being. He knows the push is coming, but he can't win the fight. Palu, however, manages to pick up Virtue at the same time, gets himself a second, and that's what we want to see, Demo. When I said about Palu, Nesk, about facilitating them, about getting them involved, getting them big numbers on the board, Palu puts up a triple, and that will win you round after round after round if you're Team Liquid.
In the history of competitive Siege, Paulo has the most kills than anyone else.
He does.
So, naturally, whenever people think the Liquid, you always think Inesk and Paulo. I'm sure everyone remembers that duo. A lot of people grew up watching those two players, but look, I think after SI21, I just don't think it's been the same. It just hasn't hit the same as what it should be, especially during the last year. You know, they got to the grand final in Copenhagen,
and then lost.
Really all they did that year. That was it.
It's not an often pointed out stat by me, and it's not relevant in any way really, but of course Liquid have been to 2 grand finals of S-tier events.
Yes.
I have cast both of them. Yeah. They've lost both of them.
So you're the issue.
Who knows?
You're
knows
the
at this
issue.
point, Demo? Who knows? But yeah, twice. You know, I've had the pleasure, the honour to cast those big games with Liquid in there in the final, and you're thinking, is this the one? But neither time. I mean, obviously SI21, for anybody who wasn't around for that one, you know, that was it was a tough loss for Liquid. It went all the way into map 5.
And
NIP, that was in the days of starting with the map advantage. So NIP did start 1 up. Liquid were able to fight it back all the way to map 5, and it was old Consulate. It was old Consulate, and it was down in the basement that they lost it. Parlu was down. He was stuck in archives, and the pressure just came in that final round and closed him out. But yeah, you know, it was a tough loss, and it's a team that's taken a lot of tough losses, and the resilience, you know, the point that I'm making there is the resilience of these players, the resilience of this team is fantastic to still see them, you know, grinding and turning up at majors and being that regular fixture. So they're looking good today so far. It's been a good start against G2 if we focus on the game at hand. They're 2 up. Maya's going big, Parlu's just gone big. Plenty of action for Liquid fans to be excited about.
Of course there is, and I think Liquid, you need to have a bit of hope and desire. And to be fair with Liquid, I don't think anyone's really expecting them to do much. I think the expectation for that side has lowered.
And maybe that's a good thing.
It might help them because there's no expectation for this side. I understand that they're a massive organization in terms of the gaming sphere. Massive org. And there is always going to be expectations whenever you're part of one of the best orgs in the world.
Of course.
You know, all the salaries you go into, all the perks you get for being part of Liquid.
We're in a results-driven world.
But in the context of Siege, where we're more focused on, we just exclude the orgs, we look at the players, and we say that the expectation for the players, no one's going to put them high on the list. They're not. Honestly, I think to a degree you could probably say the same about G2. I think there is, because both the teams very similar where they had a very bad stage for their standards. For their standards, I think Liquid probably worse of the two. I think G2 just about got into the top 6.
I mean, ultimately, yeah, because Liquid had to go into the open qualifiers. Yeah. Well, the in-between. They weren't quite in the last chance, but, you know, they had to fight their way back into the last chance qualifiers where G2 finished a couple of places higher and went straight into LCQ, and they didn't drop a map.
And to be fair,
they had a good run through LCQ.
I think for G2's, like, the teams that they had to beat as well, wasn't as strong as what it could have been. Yeah. I think what they beat Wild, they beat a T2 side, and then they beat Ents.
I think overall, you look at both of these teams and you say, this is not the position either of them would expect to be in or want to be in. And I think
not phase 1 sides, they're phase 2 sides to us, because that's what they were. You know, G2
fair.
always... look, the story about G2, they seem to do very bad regionally, and then it comes to international play, and they do really well.
Yeah.
You know, they always come in the phase 2, and one thing I've noticed, phase 2 and SI, is that they swept whoever it was that they're against. Whenever they hit the main stage against the big games, then they bottle it.
Well, I mean, G2 SI, they didn't lose a map in groups.
They looked incredible.
They beat everybody. Like,
so they're trying to get
problem.
benches.
They just went through and beat everybody.
And then in comes the Brazilians, and it's just that.
And then, yeah, exactly. It was a tough one for them. But ultimately, it gives us a great game to kick things off in Manchester, of course. Obviously, we've already had that GK Fear X game to begin things here on the A stream. If you don't want spoilers, cover your ears. GK won that one 2-0, and they were pretty convincing in the win. Fear X just having a wobble towards the end of both maps that cost them a...
Hello,
I didn't expect it to be on the basement, but it's always going to happen. And it'll always probably net you one. Let's be honest, although it's an old trick, it's still a consistent one. There's a reason it happens. But it's not something you can bank on. It's not something you can deliver. every single time. Yes, I said it. I put the name of the movie in the movie.
Yeah, Cruelty.
Pyrox. He was the player that really led the firefight game for this team throughout their split, throughout their season recently. So he's one that we need to start seeing getting a little bit active on these defenses. But Iconic, he deactivates his second of the round and gets the end of Rovey.
The site was pretty light for a time there. We have seen a couple of players rotate themselves back. We do still have that presence inside of blue as well from Tusky. But Fultz, he's got the main stairs on his mind, and he's going to be taking Pyrox out. Severe lack of kills coming in here from Cruelty, and no position to be able to trade one another either. Castle Barricade could be slowing Forest down up here in open, and with 20 seconds to go, there is a hatch knock waiting to happen. A C4 in the hands of Tutsi, but not for long. What a frag there from Forest. Matumbo, he's got a lot of work to do. He's getting shot in the back, and it's going to be Iconic to finish him off. Iconic there, picking up a couple of kills where...
Is Iconic finally activated? Just use him as a soft breacher.
Some brilliant teamwork.
What the fuck is this key? What?
For a second,
Wait.
The swing round, the comms was... What a clear.
You see how far his fucking keyboard was from him? Like,
again,
goddamn!
For all that we want to talk about it, and when you get into a game that you know is framed as a sort of underdog over story, just statistically, when it comes together, you don't want to feel like you're just harping on the negatives. But at this point, you can tell this is experience. This is a team that's faced international fight against Cruelty, who, you know,
okay,
they flew
Rogue
in
is up, so we won't have to play Rogue again.
and
Look how
they're
far
still
his
sort of
keyboard
getting
is!
themselves immediately
Dude,
into
I could not
playing a team
imagine
that
playing
was
like
playing on
that.
the
Like,
biggest
what?
stage in Brazil
What?
not too long ago, and sort of putting the fight in towards Invitational.
Like, your hand is
We've got a
literally
very
like
quick
out
rehost.
here. It's just extended.
We'll be back in with the game very shortly. But again, you know, this is all the thing where, to be honest, I don't think this will slow SSG down.
A massive, massive start for them.
Yeah, because then you do the full sweep, and then you have a chance to do it again, and then there's a 6-0.
Do it again.
So yeah, big round for G2. This is, I would say, a bomb site that should be favored for the attack. Based off the bans, the fact that Azami's banned means that the garage rafters area should be no problem whatsoever. We know that that's a carnage that can happen in that rafters, of course, but with the Azami, it just gives that defender up there a little bit more of time to breathe, for example. But look, we've got the Capitao in, should make light work of that, so... If G2 can't even clear away the
finally
catwalk,
dropped the
then I
Monty,
worry
thank God.
massively, Tim.
Yeah, just a lot of attention being paid towards that mirror window at the minute. And just make sure, there you go, ace charges.
Oh, what are you doing?
That's a big problem.
What are you doing?
Alamo throws the first, doesn't recognise that the electricity is there before throwing the second. And that leaves G2 with a big problem now. And that big problem is a small breach.
Got it open, which is, I suppose, better than not having it open. But like you mentioned, Jet.
But again, they're bringing, fundamentally, they're not bringing Buck, they're not bringing anything like that. Like, switch, Alimau, switch,
like,
Virtue onto the Buck.
From there. They've got the Maverick, but they've also then, do you open a bit of construction side? They've now only got one exothermic to be able to do that.
Like, they can't get through garage, because, I mean, they can, but they don't have any soft breach.
But now, there we go. Exothermic going on lower garage.
They're leaving it soft for the reason they can impact
I mean, a lot of liquid have actually extended in towards
and now it's a minute 20. They just seem so slow.
And
Ness is just going to sit there with that's at least 4 or 5 goo mines on the top of their stairs. But Maya goes down. Doki gets the dangle on him. Okay.
It should be so easy to take. Maya
That's just still garage.
challenged onto the breach, and he has been eliminated. So already, Liquid giving away a kill. It really shouldn't.
Okay, but they trade him out really well.
But Alamau, luckily, is at the door to stop that from happening. No, did get down in the process, but as long
And
as they
Virtue
can cover,
goes
he should be
down.
fine. Never mind what has happened to G2. Lagonis almost appears and picks up
Oh, they just
not only
peek
the
him.
player going for the revive, but also the player down. Never mind, resets, gets anyway a triple kill for resets. Where does that came from?
I was just wondering if Liquid were being a little
I
bit
think
too
they're missing
aggressive
something
this round.
so
Maya peeking the breach, Ness got onto catwalk stairs, both losing their lives, but then it was third time lucky. Resets pushes the aggression, and G2 at
like
that
Doki's
point
still
must
watching
have
the
been
breach. Yeah,
thinking,
that's
surely
fine up
nobody
top.
else is gonna
But
push
then
us. But yes, they are.
they lost it.
Resets
They
is
won the
gonna,
trade, but
and
they
he's gonna
couldn't
find
pick
kill
up
after kill
Uno.
after kill.
Then
This is a
Benji gets
huge
picked from bottom
start
red and
from Liquid.
stock.
We've had a multi-kill from Palu in the last round. We've had it from Resets in this round. We've had Maya going big so far. They are all contributing, and that makes Liquid look super scary.
I cannot overvalue how much the mental warfare for a game like this is. G2 are a side that we know can lose the head in an instant. We can see it. I'll know straight away by looking at the players if it's gone, because I've seen it time and time and time and time again. I don't see it yet, but it's getting close to that. Because already losing 3 rounds in a row,
because
especially
Virtue doesn't even
where you just
expect
died
it.
from them swinging gunfights and you're losing them, you're thinking, what are we doing? There's a massive issue. Liquid, they know if they can just keep piling on the G2, they don't even have to really try, because G2 can beat themselves at that stage. Liquid are going in with the game plan is, we are going to take everything we can from them. We're not going to give them a single round. We are winning everything, a full sweep.
Attackers are moving out.
Liquid look really good at the minute.
They do, and they've got the confidence.
I think compared to, you know, if you compare this to, say, match 1, 2, or 3 of stage 1 for Liquid, and you compare that team to the one that we're seeing here, there's a considerable difference between the two. They look confident, they're playing with aggression, they're taking gunfights, they're winning gunfights.
It's like that Spider-Man
one
where
after
he puts
another.
the glasses. It's like, is that the, no, it can't be the same team.
Can't be the same team, surely. Liquid look absolutely fantastic. G2 maybe just looking to try and move a little bit quicker here. Going to open up that window with the gun 6. Virtue's got the angle to try and hold on to blue stairs, make sure nobody pushes up, or see if he can catch anybody out. But Nesk does get drawn out on the top of Catwalk. The question is, G2, what are you going to do about it? You're going to have to go in there and try and take Nesk out. They've got to find that kill. They can't just leave him out there. But at the minute, the push is coming from elsewhere.
Yeah, it's a scary push, I think, for G2 to go for, considering that there is this roam game, of course, and a quite a heavy one at that.
Reloading.
You're dealing with a fair few roamers up and around, you know, 3 of them in towards the top floor, 1 rafters, 1 inside of cash, and also 1 inside of construction. You know, like I said, G2, they could just try and see if they want to go site, but I think they're determined and try and pick up some of these kills. And I mean, Benji's in a good position just to cut off that cross. He stops anyone getting out of a garage.
Ammo's clearing now. He sees Maya, so they're going to try and trap them, but they can't get through because Palu.
And yes, I guess you have the Monty, but if no one's there with him, he can't really do much in this scenario against 2 of them.
No, that's it. I mean, he's just seen Palu there and pinged him out, but Palu doesn't expose himself too much to that window. He knows somebody's coming, and he picks up.
Okay, so there's the trade.
Window, but Benja is on the window, ready for the trade.
So that's the garage guy. So they trapped Maya now. Yep. Okay.
It was a matter of time. That's
so now
really
they've eaten up literally 2 minutes. Oh, and they see resets.
Really needed to pick somebody up on his way past there, but is unable to. 2 versus 4. G2 can start pressuring towards site now.
Yeah, minute to go. So, I mean, good burn, you have to be said, from Liquid to
so LML's given the call out that they know 1 is blue or generators in generator.
Or you're trading 2 kills off, but Rico's not gonna work. And yeah, Benji,
wait, oh, Benji got
both of them just on the hash. They both stack up together. There you go, just line up for them. So
what the fuck?
I mean, G2, they get the round back.
That was steady under hatch.
It was much better. Look, they see you have 2 options. Do you hit the site quick, or do you actually try and challenge the roamers? They went for the roam challenge. They've almost played it as though it's like a cash. You've kind of threw the ings, you've put the Monty in, but look, if you can get the kills and you have that man advantage, it's so easy to win basement. We talk about basement all the time as being this juggernaut of a defense. But if the attackers have a man advantage, even just 1, it makes all the difference for basement. You know, there's at least, what, 5, 6 different ways to actually get into those bomb sites. And if you have that extra man that just can't be covered by a defender, yeah, you can have a really easy time, for example. But it never really came down to the basement. All the kills happened away from the basement. There's
what
a
the fuck?
as well.
Ooh, Benja.
This is the thing. You're 3-0 down. G2, they've just got to keep the spirits up at this point. They're not out of it. There's plenty of siege left to play. And that was a really nice round from them, particularly the use of the Monty. We've seen the Monty brought along in round 1 and 2. It wasn't overly effective. Round 1, the kills weren't really there from the supporting players. Round 2, Alamau pushes into showers and just gets taken down by Maya, I think it was, inside of the side. So it just wasn't really effective. That time, however, he pings out Palu, who granted then goes and gets the entry, but then the collapse comes on in. Palu gets killed, and then another one, they all get picked up. Ness gets cleared off Catwalk, and it's all this Monty going in and bullying and forcing players into positions that they can do nothing about, and it was just much better use of the shield. So G2, they get their first round. They're going to move now to attacking onto gym and bedroom. Can they do more of the same?
Well, this was a weird one, because I feel as though G2 got themselves into a good position. They were able to take bathroom quite well, but they just couldn't really do anything after that. They kind of stalled out the round, and oh, a bandit trick It was successful to get one of the Thermite charges, but as we see the fire
Timing?
being tossed in, it means that resets can't get.
Like, see, now they're
one.
bringing in a fucking,
Still
they're
get one
bringing
Thermite charge, maybe
a
means that
sledge.
you can't get
Not
construction
bad.
up and now
You can
unless
open
wanna
up
try and get
barricades
the
from the
aces over
outside.
and might
You have
be able to have
Benja.
better luck
You have
with that. I'm
EMPs.
not entirely sure, but look, it's going to be the mirror window. It's going to be a bit of an issue, but I suppose Monty can just walk in and hit it. You know, he's a fairly safe play, I would say, to go for.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the next step for G2, is they definitely need to be dealing with that window, whether it's a
But
bit of
again,
smoke
he's
cover,
just gonna throw the
you know,
nitro
like you say,
above,
whether
so they
it's
can't
walking in
really
and hitting it,
have
a
the
combination
view.
of the two.
You're
They
not
need to
bringing an
prevent
Ash.
Reception playing in this
Like, bring
position.
Ash
He's got his
instead of
lineup
Sledge
ready.
with.
He's just waiting for a little bit of movement on that breach, and it's going to go out. You know, we saw this done by BDS absolutely beautifully. I think it was Breedy picked up a triple as it went out. There you go. Easy as that. Resets with a big double on the nitro. Uno manages to pick up the kill, but it doesn't matter. The damage is done as Ness manages to pick up Doki. 4 versus 2, 3 versus 2 though, as Uno continues to fight back. Still a lot of work to be done for G2 here, Demo.
Oh, Virtue away from Uno. He's over and towards Cash right now, trying to fight his way through that hold that Paulie was trying to put up. But Paul's actually left him now, and it allows Virtue just to walk in. Oh, barely missing out on the C4, but no, his teammate goes down on the window. Virtue pop flash in, flashes himself, doesn't get the kill. No diffuser in hand, a minute to go. It's going to be very difficult for him. All Liquid need to do is fall back, play off the Valkyrie cameras that they have. Should be no issues for a veteran team like Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid have got so much experience, like you say. They know exactly how to win this situation. They're not going to overpeak this. There you go. Palu holding a power position from underneath, manages to pick up the kill through those floorboards, and that's going to be Liquid taking another round. 4-1 on the defense now. What a start for the Brazilian team.
Big C4. That's what it comes down to.
Huge.
You know,
it was huge.
Lined up and away it goes, and I don't know how he's killed Allow as well in the mix of that.
Jesus!
Deal with the mirror window, that was the problem.
Honestly, I don't know why he's just not walking in and hitting it. Because there's nothing that's going to actually stop you in that position. No one from main stairs can kill you because someone else can just hold you.
If you move quick enough, the Nitro can't get to you.
It takes 1 second to walk in and punch it. Yeah. You'll be so safe. You will be fine. Maybe fearing that somebody could be from gym, stick a guy in the window. There's so many different ways you can do that.
Great play from Resets up, we've got to say. Absolutely beautiful Nitro over the top. I was saying just at the same time we saw it from BDS. In stage 1 it was Breedy, I think actually hit a triple, he went one better. But yeah,
it's not competition, Tim.
I mean, it literally is. But yeah, same place, same C4, everybody knows about it, and G2 just didn't have the answer to it there. Liquid then managing to get themselves 4-1 and looking good. Also 4-1 on the entry demo. They've managed to pick up 4 entry kills out of 5 so far, and that is something again that over time is going to wear G2 down. They are basically playing this at an almost constant 4 versus 5 in that situation. If they're losing that first player every time almost, they're playing a lot of this game at an 80% really rather than a 100% team.
Well, they need this next attack. G2 need to win this, or I don't see a world where the 5-1 half is going to work out well for them.
We've got to remember it's Liquid's map. It is Liquid's map.
But that should
but
never
Clubhouse
be a
is such a
thing of
fundamentally like.
It shouldn't, but
I think for both of these sides where their map pools are so wide, they should be happy on every map. It's just not all because they've picked it. You know, I think both teams will be very happy with the selection of maps that we have here.
Oh, I'm just trying to help G2 out here, Dan. I'm doing my best.
We don't do that here.
I'm doing my best.
Don't do that here.
Here we go then. G2 have taken good control here quite quickly. They're going to start getting those hatches open. They're attacking onto Church and Arsenal. Liquid deciding to go down there, try again. They've not committed to the roam game this time like they did last time, Demo.
Wise decision.
Wise decision. I think G2 went through that like a hot knife through butter, to be honest. So, yeah, I think it's a good choice to just get back to what worked last time, turtle up downstairs, and just try and create as many problems on the way as you can for G2.
The only issue I would have with G2 is maybe they don't have the kind of impact operators like the Cap Tower Ying to help them with Blue take, and Blue, in my opinion, is the position you need to control from both a defender and attacker perspective. It just opens up both sides.
It's just coming towards Doki.
So I think trying to get in towards Blue as an attacker is going to be quite difficult.
Ooh, that's huge.
The Cap Tower or the Ying.
But it's like we've often said, this is about attacking from multiple angles. If you attack Church and Arsenal from just main stairs, or just Dirt Tunnel, or just Blue, all that happens is all the defenders just line their guns up in one direction. What you need is them spinning on their heels. You need them to feel pressure from Blue, pressure from Dirt, pressure from main stairs, all at the same time. That's how you break this site down, or at least 2 out of the 3. And that's what G2 need to consider over the next minute.
I mean, Triple Wall looks pretty free to get opened up here. You know, no Bandit at the moment. It's currently Bandit tricking it. I mean, I don't know if they've even... No, they haven't even actually managed to get any of the Bandits off. Oh, never mind. The middle one was left open. And
but Doki gets Palu, but resets, trades out, but Ali Mount. Doki goes huge for 2. Doki's just in the middle of the site. They know one's on half wall, but Neskin takes out... Oh.
And G2 are crumbling at the seams here, Tim.
They didn't clear Nesk out of blue, and they've paid the price for it as he picks up an important kill. Uno, he's going to drop that smoke. It's a little bit of a bait, I think. Just try and pull these Liquid players in, but they're not going to be caught out by that. Nesk has a little peek around the blue door, picks up his final man. A double from blue, and a lack of control in that area from G2 has cost them the round. Liquid, 5-1.
All about blue. That's what it always comes down to on a basement defense. Who has more of an impact from that blue position? And this time it was Liquid. You're able to cover off that church with ease. You can then just... Also, it's a great position to just fall back into and give yourself a bit of breathing space as well. So, yeah, I just think Nesk, all comes down to him. He wins that engagement. Like, even, for example, they've gotten into Generator, but he fell back into Oil Pit to give himself more of a breathing space, and then he can go for the retake. You know, I thought that was beautifully played by Nesk.
I think another important factor here today is a few of the gunfights that Nesk and Palu have won. They feel really sharp. They're hitting snappy shots, and we're seeing them pick up kills pretty easily at times, and that's always a dangerous thing if you're anybody else thinking about playing Liquid. You know, as I've said, we've had tournaments where they maybe haven't had as much impact as they always have done historically, and don't get me wrong, I know I'm not fit to clean Nesk and Palu's mouse, let alone talk about, you know, their ability to get... They are absolutely phenomenal players, but their impact...
Stage, I wouldn't have said that. I would say maybe they would clean your mouse, but
who knows? You know, but realistically, their impact, I think, has been a little bit lower over the last year or so, you know, so than maybe we've seen it in the past.
Getting old, Tim.
If they turn up and are hitting shots and are looking crisp and sharp like they are and feeling their game, boy oh boy, the Liquid become a mouth-watering prospect.
We have to talk about G2. Losing 5 attacks on Clubhouse should not be happening. I think a lot of the rounds came down to mistiming, which, again, for a side like G2, where they have been together for a good period of time now, what must be just over 6 months since we've seen Uno get involved with the side, maybe even longer than that as well. It would have been what, August he came in? You know, so it's been a good period of time this team has been together, and to see them still have issues with something we would call, oh, that happens during the first 3 months, it is a bit of a worry. G2, they've...
Oh my god!
Game and Benja, good night resets. Finds him for the stock wall. He was in towards full table, just having a quick game. Oh my word, Benja.
Big start from G2, 4 versus 3. They've got the advantage now and can just start leaning into that time. The big one is the Ying going. If you've got a Ying on side, that's going to be a large part of what your final execute is planned around. It's going to be getting those Candelas in, creating space and going in for a plant. That now not being possible for Liquid means that they've got to pivot here, they've got to change, they've got to adapt, they've got to come up with something else. Maya, does he know that Doki's no? He gets away. Doki had an opportunity potentially there to take the challenge, but I think it was smart to back out. Maya doesn't move quickly enough, and that allows Doki back to side.
It does, and he can fall back to the safety of the mirror window, who always the mirror window is going to be a big part of many of the defense for the basement anyway. Especially for that triple wall. Being able just to lock down the main stairs area is massive. Another thing I like about the mirror window as well is it gives you like a little bit of information, and sometimes we see teams actually retake knowing that no one's in main stairs. They just walk up the main stairs and kill pillars inside a kitchen, for example. Speaking of the mirror window, it has been Ash. That's the power that the Ash gets, of course, where it will drill in to the mirror. So if you're having issues with, of course, the mirror in your games, just bring an Ash. It's as easy as that. Or a Kali, but I would probably recommend the Ash over the Kali.
Tends to do a more consistent job.
So they know one's in dirt, at least one.
The gadget's just a little bit bigger when it hits. It can be shot out. The gun's not great either, but just in terms of dealing with that mirror window, the Kali, it can just be shot out a little bit easier. It's just a bit easier to deal with in general. But as we stand, Palu manages to find a kill onto Doki. 3 versus 3, 8 seconds. It's going to be a bloodbath. And here comes Benja, picks up one, can't find another. The kills are coming in, and they're going to Maya and Lagonis. Maya, he's going to have to stick this plant. The clock is ticking down. It's down to 0. There's nothing left. Out goes the nitro from Uno. It misses its mark, and now Liquid have got a major advantage. Demo Uno, he takes a spray through the wall, not going to find his man. Going to be full white flashed. It just wastes another 5 seconds. Liquid, they're just playing for time.
Uno, the 1v2. See if he can win the first defense, but no, gets caught out by Maya.
G2 just looks...
Swinging around the third box, repositions extremely well to take out Uno. How Liquid win that is beyond me.
Where
probably take a punt.
Where is Uno
G2,
watching? Is he watching Moto Hack? They're not Moto. He should be watching the hallway and the cross and the rotate.
Considering there was no vertical presence whatsoever.
You know one's dirt. You know one's probably going to be hacked.
His kill. But why is
I think that's where
just like prone in the middle of the bomb site? We'll probably see here in the replay where exactly he was. Doesn't look as though we do, but yeah, he's just underneath the hatch, and I'm like, but Benja has the hatch covered, so why would he not be on A case, for example? Isn't that the position he should be in?
Really should be, ultimately. Yeah, mistakes have been made from G2 there, and Liquid have capitalised, and this Liquid team, they look like they are going to capitalise on every single mistake, and that puts G2 into a really difficult spot here, Demo. There's no breathing room for them. There's absolutely, you know, no opportunity for them to really claw back anything when mistakes are made, because Liquid are just there, ready and waiting, and absolutely decimating them. Resets is having a great game so far. Maya as well, and you know, as an entire roster, Liquid are delivering in almost every aspect.
It's the team performance, isn't it? Benja is the only one right now who's showing up. Benja actually had one of the worst performing stages that he had in EUL. He was the lowest rated player on his side. In the qualifiers for the 4 spot for EU, he was the best player in that bracket, so he did improve a lot, but right now the rest of his team just is not doing the business. I'm pretty sure Alamau has 1 kill, and that is it. And then let's just look. If this is the old Alamau, thought this didn't happen to Liquid, thought we said, oh no, it's fine, he beat Liquid before, it can't be Liquid. If this is the same Brazilian, this big man who, we know, look, Alamau carries a lot of that, you know, that swag he has with him, you know.
Yep.
He's just turned into that little boy from Brazil again. He is.
You got to back it up, haven't you? This is the thing. We saw the interview prior. Alamau saying it's going to be an easy game for us. We beat them at SI.
What's the issue with him?
You got to back it up. And right now, G2 are struggling across the board to back it up. They now find themselves 6-1 down and facing 5 consecutive map points on a clubhouse opener against Team Liquid that look like they are just rolling back the years, Demo. You know, we've seen struggled performances in stage 1. SI, of course, you know, dropping out before they would have liked, I'm sure, and just difficulty over the last 12 months, 2 years to really find that top class form that we know they are capable of. But right now, they look
There's Virtue gone, and they're just going fast. Doki gets picked off, but holy, Liquid get put in the blender. They know one's in sight, but he's 90. He's not there.
Just really racking them up there, leaving Nesco.
Wait, he got a...
He finds a double. He catches them sat next to each other, and all of a sudden, Demo, with a minute left, you look at this and you think if there's anybody in the world, surely Nesk is one of those players.
Still going to be tricky though, Tim. I think G2 in good
Oh, no.
positions where they can support one another. Alamau repositioned into a spot I thought he was going to get a kill from, but he misses his shot. And now Nesk,
Benja's gonna play
for the ace, for the clutch, for the
I think he has information.
Benja, can he do it? Can Benja
But Benja has the diffuser.
The problem that Neska's got is that he doesn't have diffuser in hand. He has no option but to try and take this gunfight. He's playing into a mirror window. This should be easy for Benja. Yep. He knows where he's going. He peeks around the corner. It was so close for Nesk. So close to hitting that clutch, to hitting that ace. But Benja, he played it smart. He used the utility he had to hand, and he made sure that Nesk could not cross over to the other side of construction. Well played from Benja to close that one out. Way closer than it should have been for G2.
Oh my word. I mean, look, Alamau actually thought was in an alright position because it's like there's no way Ness is going to expect him to just be sat in the middle of the room. But I think he just missed the shots. But realistically, Alamau should just be sitting with Benja, playing the cross, playing the trade, playing the 1v2. But he just didn't do that. But look, from G2's perspective, they get around win on the defense on the board now.
Wait, we can actually go back and watch that.
They get around playing the 1v2, but he just didn't do that. But look, from G2's perspective,
they were just playing a high-low, and he just sprays.
Could be inside of Logi. It was the Lord.
I was just like, wait, what happened?
Then you're going to try and smoke and fire out Bathroom to stop a player playing inside of Bathroom who could rotate in towards Flag. If those two positions are covered off, that means that main stairs is going to be very easy to get up into. And that's what happened next. Walked up main stairs, was able to pick off Virtue, who's on the mirror window. That was their initial idea. But it looked as though that Liquid weren't ready with G2 then re-aggressing onto the other players, re-aggressing on the players onto window, aggressing onto the players outside of the main breach.
I really thought for a second that Nesk was going to give us another one of those magical moments of which we have had so many from him. But G2, they hold on. It's 2-6 and the fight back begins. They can only look at this as being one round at a time at the minute. They can't even think ahead towards any potential of overtime or anything else. They just need to think about round 9 and how they get the third on the board for themselves. It's as simple as that. Heading into it then, Liquid stacking up towards that jacuzzi wall for the time being. Resets is going to get that opened up, and that's going to start things for Liquid here. Looking for that top floor clearance and control.
They'll take their time with it, of course. Just make sure that they don't give away any bodies whatsoever. We mentioned before with basement, the more people you can have alive on the attack, the more options it gives you, the more avenues of approach that you can have to attack the defender. So yeah, keeping bodies alive is the #1 thing they need to do. I mean, to be fair, they were able to actually win the round, even at a man deficit. So maybe Liquid don't play by the rules.
Maybe not.
Maybe they don't. We're the bad boys.
Nesk on the IQ, going to be taking out any gadgetry that he can find. Takes down the default camera. Nothing else really to be found. I think at this point Liquid fairly confident that they've got control of the map now. So next job is getting hatches open, which Palu will duly get on with. They've got the kitchen hatch open already, so pretty good progress here from Liquid. They've got plenty of time. The problem that they don't have at the minute is a kill. And
oh my god!
It's Palu, it's Nesk. The comms maybe weren't quite quick enough there so that Palu could react on that second one. Doki goes for the fadeaway as well, but he's stopping at nothing at this point.
This is what he does. See, whenever he gets 1 and then it becomes 2, he wants 3, 4, and 5. That's the attitude for Doki. And look, he's hopped in the can for himself. He can see that 2 of them are going to be in towards bar, and this just means he can go for it. He can go for this flank now. It just depends if Liquid have any information. Alamau's actually inside a kitchen. Doki a third. Like I said, he wants 4 and 5, and Alamau's going to be able to stop that from happening.
Yeah, last one's Monty. Oh
the
my.
The drone work there from Liquid was shoddy.
Oh
How is he allowed to be in kitchen for that long?
I don't think Liquid knew where they were killed from.
Liquid lost the script there.
You know, so at least 3 kind of just run into kills from G2, but really well played from G2. Doki,
well, they didn't even clear out kitchen. Alimau's just sitting in there.
Taking advantage. Yes, we can always say when there's a mistake, but often, or 99% of the time, when there's a mistake, the other team have to capitalize on it. If G2 aren't in those positions, if G2 don't recognize that they haven't been droned and keep themselves locked in, ready for the fight, then those kills don't happen. So it does come down to G2 winning in those situations as well. 3-6 now as G2 continue to try and slowly claw this back. The question comes now. Third choice site demo. It's going to be CCTV and Cash. This is the one that Liquid have got to look towards realistically as being possible for the win. I'm looking at the lineup that they're going to be bringing potentially here. They need to be bringing that hard breach. They need to be making sure that they can get that main wall open. Get catwalk control. Don't overcomplicate this attack. If you get catwalk, you get garage, and you get the main breach, you should be able to plant.
Should, I think is the key word there.
Should be able to plant.
Well, like we said, same about G2, and they end up losing it. So there is that you have to look into. But I mean, they brought in the clash from the defense. I mean, this was probably going to be your kind of thought process of, okay, we don't have the Izami. What else can we bring in that will help us defend Catwalk? Clash is probably going to be, you know, your person to do that with. And I think Clash will be able to give information as well, because one thing that Clash can do on the catwalk that no other operator can do, and that is actually peek the bridge back down and see how many people are out there.
Plenty of intel coming in from Liquid this time. I don't think they want to suffer the same fate that they did last time out, running into players with no idea that they are there. However, have they picked up on Benja's location? As I've said before, it would be unforgivable of Liquid to be running into positions and dying to players that they don't know are there after they were hurt so badly by it last time.
Speaking about Benja, look at the operator selection. Thunderbird, we don't see Thunderbird really ever.
Thunder turd!
The thing they've done with the Thunderbird, if they have stacked up all three of them in towards catwalk. If you're a Clash and you're wanting to play that catwalk position, initially I would say that probably they will say, oh, what happens if they have a Capitao? Don't worry, we'll just place a bunch of health kits, so if the fire comes in, he can stem himself back up, so the fire's not going to affect him.
He's like,
you often see
who knows, like, I
Doc
love
is
it.
the usual one, and Doc will just stim himself through the fire. But yeah, that's it. It's a little bit of a different situation. This gives G2 a little bit more flexibility. We can see Uno moving around there, looking to get up to the window. They're trying to recognize
oh my
where the push is
god,
coming from.
Space Station already went up
Liquid
1-0
side,
against
it's
Cruelty.
all coming in towards construction. With that Clash, they don't want to play into
What was
Garage.
the
They don't want to
score
play
for that
towards taking catwalk. But the question is, can they then create a situation where they've got an opportunity for a plant here? It's going to be very difficult.
Clash is actually a lot better with defending the construction side of things because it's just one way she has to look, whereas catwalk, it could be a lot of different angles you have to worry about. So I think this is actually really good for G2. Liquid, almost I would say, have made the wrong choice. I think they should have went catwalk. I think they should have challenged in towards that Clash. They will have an easier time with it, but just look at the long angles, you know, that G2 can set up as well. And they have a Maestro who can even be used some form of denial. You know, that laser, it does start to stack up a lot of the time. Doki's been able to get a bandit trick, and that should just kill it. That should kill the round dead, Tim.
30 seconds left. That is absolutely huge from Doki. You see him just scurrying to get there in time. As soon as that impact EMP hits, he's hitting his battery down, and it's absolutely brilliant from him. As you say, G2 really should be able to hold on to this. They've done it brilliantly. The Candelas don't really matter. Uno can just keep that shield in front of him. Virtue, Doki, pick up a killer piece, and G2
don't fall apart now. Okay.
Here in round 10, Maya Ness managed to get something, but it's probably going to be too little too late. They take down
the diffuser's literally
Surely
in
not
no
Maya.
man's land.
He's going looking for kills. The diffuser's down. The final kill is for Alamo. 4-6 as G2 locked down their third round in a row. A complete defensive sweep, and that was great from them. They bring the Clash, they put it out on catwalk, and they've read into the game. The thought to think, yeah, they're not going to want to challenge that. They're going to go construction, so we've stacked up our defense on that side. Really good stuff from G2 there.
It's a bandit trick for me.
Tactical
like a bandit
timeout.
trick happening at that stage. I mean, first of all, why are they trying to get the wall open at 45 seconds? That's way too late. That should be step one. Same way we mentioned about Chalet in our last series.
Well, it's just showing indecision. I think it's just showing indecision there. It's the plan wasn't really to open that. It was, let's get to construction. Yeah, we'll work from that. This isn't working. We're getting too much pressure from inside the site. Right, we now need to open that wall. And it was just that sort of change in landscape of how the round was going, I think. But, like you say, it's too little too late at that point.
The thing is, though, with Liquid, this game should have been killed off. Rounds ago.
It should have been done.
You have opened the door for G2. G2 now, their tails are going to be up. The confidence is going to be up with that team. 2 rounds with the way they're playing and currently the momentum that they have, it's doable now.
Oh, it's definitely doable.
Liquid have allowed G2 back in the game where it should have been killed off.
The fact that it was 6-1 Liquid and then Liquid have just had to hit the tack timeout says it all. You know, they've got
the momentum is
now
gone.
They're trying to get it over the line, and the problem that they've got is the sites that they're going to be attacking onto. They're now attacking onto G2's first 2 choices. They go into Gym and Bedroom, Church and Arsenal.
And I know that top floor was almost an ace clutch for Ness. Shouldn't have been.
It shouldn't have been anywhere near. It's the reality. It was 4v1. Like, it shouldn't have been anywhere near.
So that's what we have to look at from that perspective. Not that, oh, it came down to a 1v1 last time. This is good for no, it wasn't. No. The actual attack was not good.
And let's be 2 of those 4 were sat right on top of each other around the corner. He just sprayed both of them.
On the revive.
So, yeah, you know, it's a situation that shouldn't have been anywhere near. G2 are much better at this site than maybe the result last time around suggests.
No, they were literally
so,
one player.
Let's see how it goes. We head into round 11. G2 are fighting back phenomenally. They were 6-1 down. If you've joined us partway through this, they are on a comeback trail against the Liquid side that have been very good so far. This is turning into a seriously mouth-watering game demo.
Gym bedroom. Here we go. See the cash hold? We can see this all the time, isn't it? You kind of extend in towards cash to waste a bit of time here and there. Some utility as well. You have the shield in towards top red as well. Some ADS is stacked up also. So yeah, pretty standard, pretty basic setup from G2, but one that we know works quite well. But Liquid, whenever we seen them attack here last time, they were very focused on using that Ying to see if they can clear away a path in towards Logi, for example. Which, whenever you're usually against the ward inside Logi, it doesn't work out that well, but it does create some form of distraction. I mean, main stairs was a bit of a weak point for G2, but they weren't really holding.
Why is this on the other side?
Bringing in Ela, for example.
Alamo just can't quite catch the sleeve.
But he does.
There to know that he's on the rappel.
Just run. Oh, the nitro. Oh, but they sweep up Benja.
I'm not sure, but that was the opener. Resets manages to pick up Benja in a trade, but once again, G2 have got themselves a good advantage in the early round. 4 versus 3. Neskenmeyer off the board, and it's the Ying gone again demo. We've seen that utility loss in the early round too many times. So
Palu's gonna flank and try and pinch is Uno here.
And all he has to do is wait for Uno to say, one's in, boom, 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 and that gets you a free kill. So great little bit of synergy there from Uno and from Benja. Uno, though, did get thrown down. They know exactly where he is, and one player is going to be downstairs below him right now. But Uno isn't moving his feet. He's just trying to stay alive.
Oh! Uno Meister!
Oh, misses out on a second and a third, but still, he gets his kill, Tim. That is the key thing.
He goes 1 for 1. That's huge.
As well, because they can just take that trade game all day long and they win the round. It's 3 versus 2 at the minute. All Uno needs is to take one of them out, and he takes the thermite. So, yes, they've done the breaching, but if they wanted any further options, they are now gone. They've also lost the smoke cover as well, because those have gone along with the thermite. So, it's getting tough. Resets.
Oh my god. Oh!
2 versus 1 as the trade is there from Doki. He's looking for more, but he's going to be taken down. It's Palu manages to find the final kill. It's a 1v2 clutch from Palu to win this out and take map 1 over the line for Team Liquid.
How has he done it? My word.
G2 fumbled the bag. G2 fumbled the bag. Have fumbled the bag.
That should never have been allowed.
Like I don't think they play it terribly there, but as soon as Doki gets 1 kill, Ali Mao should be swinging in. Do I play Wordle or do I play Pummeling? Fuck it, we'll play one more Wordle. Fuck it, we ball. Okay, quest. E. Give it. Okay, so I and E.
Going through 4 years, I had my 20s all planned through. But now I've doubled down on those 2 digits I outgrew, and yet I still
So T is in there.
nothing new. I never graduated senior, so I never left for school.
No, N doesn't work.
Party while I'd stay up in my room. My parents said the music wouldn't pay for all my dues. Now I wish I thought this.
No, that doesn't work.
I'm so sick and tired of the chanting by the fire.
No. Wait, no, drive doesn't work because it doesn't have a V. Oh wait, I can just do drive. Okay. No, it's not thrive. Brine? No, there's no N. No N. Oh wait, is it brain? Nope, there's no E. No, V doesn't work there. Twice.
And I'm so sick and tired of the chanting by the fire while the candle lost its mind. I can't help but feel sorry for the people at my party.
This end doesn't work. If it goes X R I W W. I'm just going to add. Yep.
You're wanting something more than I can provide. I can't give you all my time. You know there's nothing that could change my mind. I can't give you all my time.
Yeah. 2 R's.
It made me weak. I made me strong. Now I've moved.
Well, I got W, A, and no, I know there's no T, so that's just W and A. I need something with.
Trying hard to get us where we begun.
Oh wait.
You want a shot, but you already loaded up.
Okay, so it's B-R-I-X-E. So W-Y-O-K-J. Rhyme? Briar. So the clubhouse game's gonna start. We have 4 minutes there. Gamer. So it's no E and no A. So there is a U, there's no O. So there's an I. Irate? So it's a T. Wait, no, it's not utter. It's not utter because there's no ER. Sorry, it's making wrong. Brute? Fuck, that's a bad word. Oh wait. It could be, no, it can't be flute because the U still can't be in the fucking middle. Then it's not utter because there's no ER. do you spell yacht? No, it's with an A. Yeah. No. Dirt.
Would be accepting that I fell for the show, but now that I know why,
it's becoming easier to let go. Night wouldn't work because I already have G and H out. No. No. I could try waves. Waves did not help. Utter. Oh, it was nutty. Oh my god. Woo! That's a good one to start off. So D. Ooh, that's huge. So D, E. So I know D, E. Cut the ad. No, R-I-V. No, okay, that wouldn't work. Okay, so there is a, so it's D, E. A, R. Damar? Car? It's not A, it's not Decay. Okay, so it's D, E, not A. So A has to be in this fourth position. So X, A, R. So Q, W, the war. Depar, Delar. Debar. How many minutes left I got? It's starting soon, so we'll play one more. SSG's gonna win this fucking game. Oh my god, another ad. Quest. Damn. Drive. So no.
You used to keep me in a hold so tight.
Packs? P. So no A, so it's P-O. Wait, is it? No, it's not Power. It's not Potter. Cough wouldn't work. No, D wouldn't work. L and U would be... No, L and O and C are words. Okay, so O, so P... Pooch? Bang! Bang! So there is an H. So I could go, no, I can't do quests. Something with an A and E. Gamer. So it's just H. No, it's not think. So we know H is there, so I and... Ooh. Wait, no, it's not night. It's not fight. Because... It's not bright. It's not light. So CH. Okay, ends in a C. Oh, is it niche? No, it can't be niche. So it has to be NI and CH. No, that's not a word.
Try to make it right, but I keep coming short. Can't see.
No, it's not inch. I'm gonna try. I know night's not a good. I mean, but if I figure out NI. Okay, so I is in the right word. So N has to be. So it has to go X I N C H. Oh, pinch. No. Lynch. No. Finch. Yes. We're on a roll. Okay, they started. They started. I'm fucking enjoying Wordle. There we go. Just turn on the volume.
After it impacts the surface, so difficult to find the kills, but they do manage. However, Alamo does manage to get one back onto Nest, so G2 still level here, and Benja hasn't been dealt with on the top floor. He's still going. He picks up resets, and he's looking for more.
He is. Hasn't been dealt with, and Liquid have already lost 2 players on the basement. We mentioned again, basement bomb sites. You want to try and keep as many players as you can alive for it. Is Benja going to get another one, though? Do they know that he just tapped in towards the corner? No, they don't, and Maya loses his life.
Heroics from Benja.
G2 haven't done anything crazy. It's just Benja just walking around the top floor, just getting kills. It's as simple as that.
Going for another one in main lobby here. Looking to take the fight. Knows that he's moved on into Tellers, sprays the wall, but Benja just crouched down and was underneath those bullets. He's going to stick around for the fight, but maybe he shouldn't have done. Lagonis picks up the kill, supported by Parlu, and that leaves us now 2 versus 3, but with only a minute left to go, G2 should still be looking good.
I mean, the thing is as well with Liquid is that they haven't lost their Fracture or their Habana, so they can still get hatches open, but they have nothing to get rid of this guy. Virtue is in probably the most powerful
Why are you
position
leaving?
You can be right now in this map, but he's decided to leave it. I I'm a little bit surprised.
I don't know if he knew that it was the Thatcher coming up against him. I don't think he did. I think the call has just been, look, there's 40 seconds. Get back to site if you can. We'll play it from there.
Well, yeah.
Smart use with the Thatcher coming in. Drop the EMP. It prevents Virtue's glasses working. We've seen that utilised quite a few times. So a smart play from Palu just forces Virtue back one way or another, whatever it was, whatever the reasoning. But with 25 seconds left to go, honestly, I think it was the better move for G2. They're now in a position where it's very difficult. Virtue gets his kill. There you go. Final two.
Heroics from Benja.
Sorry, it was Uno to pick up the final kill onto Lagonis, and that's going to be the round for G2. A nice start. Benja having a great time out on the roam, getting himself a couple before getting caught out, but it didn't matter. The damage was done. G2, 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, surprising from Liquid to lose just to Benja roaming around the top floor. You know, you have to look at where's the drone working communication. You know, the teamwork, which is something that shouldn't be happening. We mentioned before, a team like Liquid and also a team like G2, you know, that should be sorted immediately. You know, get the comms going, being able just to pick up one guy roaming by himself should not be a big issue. But we move. We go round two, and it will be the top floor, which, again, you would expect will be better for the attacks just because of the layout off it. The windows are obviously going to be a big thing as well you can play around. And we'll see how G2 want to try and defend it. You would expect your castles, your mirrors, for example, probably coming in to try and lock down that top floor, make it a little bit more securable.
We've just seen the final kills come in, and as you say, going to be the top floor. We've got the castle. Castle had already sort of seen a little bit of an increase in popularity in pro play anyway. But I'm coming on to that. We've seen then an even bigger increase in popularity with him being given the ACOG.
My guilty pleasure gun. It's a gun that is like, you know it's bad, but somehow I'm getting kills.
The UMP with the ACOG. There you go. But yeah, definitely an increase in popularity. Of course, you know, in your ranked games with the castles, you've got to be a little bit more careful. We're seeing them brought along a lot because of the ACOG. But you got to think, you don't want to be hindering your team. It's always got to be helping. So watching the pro games, of course, can be really helpful. Have a look at where do they play those castle barricades? What are they using them for? And generally, it's to create space, to create safety, so that they can hold on to key and power positions, you know, rather than stopping an attacking rotate, for example.
This is where I can help you, Tim. I can tell you exactly why they're using 4 castle barricades across the 4 front desk ones. Front desk is an area that you can defend both of the bomb sites from, just by playing long angles. And it also will give you a little bit of a rotate that you'll see that also covers the long corridor in towards janitor, stock trading, elevator, for example. So a very powerful position to play in. The only issue with it is that all of those windows can be seen from outside on the lobby repels. So by covering up those castle barricades, it means that teams are going to have to change their structure of operators that they bring in. For example, Sophia now comes in to try and deal with some of those castle barricades, but still can't deal with all of them, which I think is the more important thing.
Absolutely, and then, you know, you're looking, what do? Do you commit multiple operators to dealing with them?
Ash and Sophia,
exactly,
or do you something else?
Exactly that, or do you just live with the fact that a couple are going to exist? We're going to hold the Lang angle in towards elevator there. The wall has been opened up, and we can see those drones just slowly being eaten away, but still 7 remaining for Liquid. So intel really shouldn't be an issue, especially with the Monty on side for Lagonis. He's going to try and move up gold stairs, I would imagine, and try and create a little bit of space up at the top of there, because obviously they know that Benja's going to be playing in and around that position. They know that he's going to be playing in behind those castle barricades, and at the minute they don't have too much of an answer for it.
No, and they're wasting a lot of time. You know, already 2 minutes gone. They have the Monty, which I'm really happy to see. Monty is so good for pushing up Spiral. You're in a position where you're only going to get shot from the front. You're not going to get flanked. You don't have to worry about dealing with a right-sided flank or a left-sided flank. Everything's going to be
They've got 4 castles. Oh my god, and resets goes down to Virtue. But they don't hear this guy hop in. Now they're going to hear this guy. But they don't know the second guy's in there. Oh, they know they do.
Staring down the barrel of
he walked all the way around. Maya's so
Maya to try and stop that, but he can't. Virtue with the final kill, and G2, they've woken up. They're looking good here, Demo. Solid on bank so far, 2-0.
They own the map. They actually own that bank. They're all trustees.
They're certainly looking to make a sizable withdrawal. If this one continues, it will be the shape and size of a map 3. They're looking looking very good. Liquid, I imagine, will be better on defense. I think they will probably be more comfortable, but attacking into this G2 bank defense at the minute is proving very problematic for them.
Like I said, they can play so many different ways as well in the defense. You know, they have multiple different setups where they can go aggressive, they can go passive, they can go in between. You know, already we've seen a bit of a loose roam.
No, reset. Reset said fuck it.
Well. I'm really shocked that none of the castle barricades were dealt with. You know, Benji was extremely safe for the entire of that round. He didn't have to get moved on at all, which is always a little bit of a surprise. I would say though as well with that thought for, I think it's very difficult attacking that without your Ying and without your Grim. I think G2 will probably struggle the same way because you need some form of operator that will move players out of the power position. You know, how do you deal with someone in Janitor, for example? You don't have the Ying or you don't have the Grim. What do you do?
Well, let's see what they can do in round 3 then, Liquid. They brought on the Deimos this time. Resets is going to be bringing our newest operator. Of course, can track any players that have been recognized. So have to have been scanned or picked up by a utility. However it is, your icon, your operator icon has to be appearing. As soon as that's the case, then Deimos is able to use those scans. It will reveal the location of that operator for him, but will also give his location away to them. Just a little bit less frequent and a little bit less precisely, but still, it does.
Great.
Double-edged sword. It is. Works for you, works against you. But look, I think working for you is probably the better option. Especially whenever you see, I think the way Deimos should be played is on your support operators. Resets, I think, fits that bill, where he can just sit at the back of the map, just scanning. BDS do extremely well, where they have Brine playing out operator, and it's just so easy. You know, you're never putting yourself at risk, and you're feeding all of that information. Oh dear, Maya. A little bit too early. You know, finally we see the Deimos come in to track him, but oh Maya, just hold on there for 2 seconds.
Yeah, Ness managing to pick up that kill with that intel that was being fed in from Resets, no doubt. And that leaves us now in
oh, he's so dead.
Mirror, the next one up, Benja is going to be targeted by those Deimos scans as well. And it just makes it so difficult for these players to play anywhere around.
Wow.
I was going to say away from sight, but it doesn't even matter. You move back in, Lagonis is there for the kill, 4 versus 3.
Look at the take from Liquid. This is a horizontal take. They're not wanting to challenge the players above. They are focused on coming in through lobby, trying to take control of archives and tellers, and right now it's working for them. G2, you know, where did they go from here? Uno has been able to get it down because he himself has also been tracked, but again, just all of this pressure sweeping in now. They've actually gotten lobby, and they've been able to move upstairs via that location. So, yeah, a lot of issues that they're causing just with this initial attack where they've wanted to try and stay away from the roamers. Make G2 come to you! Oh, Doki has been able to find the lone man in sight. Now it is a 1v2. Look at the HP, though, from Lagonis. That is favorable for Doki. But all it should be is just Lagonis plant nest cover. That's as simple as I can make it, Tim.
Yeah, Lagonis was downed upstairs inside a stock. Ness went to collect him. They just need to... They don't have too much time to use is the problem. 20 seconds left to go. Like you say, they need to get in a position to
no.
He just gives himself away. He's
the timing got him.
Can't find Ness, who hits him on the 180. Closes out the round. 2-1. I think that's pretty much as we might have expected for the starter bank.
Oh, don't shoot at Nask if you don't think you can kill him, because he will come back at you.
If you're going to take a swing at the king, you'd better make sure that you hit him.
Honestly, I think just Doki holds that, lets him walk into sight. Maybe could have got both of them. Because initially if Nask walks in the kitchen, he'll be thinking, oh, kitchen's free, quick, come to me, you can plant in kitchen. And then Doki's behind them, gets both of them. Just one of them. But look, Liquid, again, I like the take. I like using the Deimos to sweep away those roamers. You didn't really want to touch the guys above. By you taking those positions and tellers and archives, getting those kills, G2 will have to react. Those players who were holding above in safe positions will then have to walk into the mess that is archives and tellers, just taking the defenders away from positions they want to play. And I like that a lot from Liquid.
Yeah, it was much better
So
attack
close.
from them, just using the space that they had, using the utility particularly to get the job done there, and just not just basically removing G2's strength. You know, the strength has been that roam game, the strength has been that unpredictability, finding a couple of kills out in the map, and of course it will be. It's Bank, it's a huge map, you can use that space, and G2 have taken advantage of that, but Liquid able to just take that away a little bit that time, and I'm sure that they'll learn from that, and that's something that they need to try and replicate here in round 4 as we're going to go around the merry-go-round again. G2 will kick things off down in the basement. It's going to be their second defensive rotation.
It is, and it's going to be, again, another different hold as well coming in from G2. This time, it's not the loose roam where it's just players having a bit of freedom doing what they want. It will be their actual off-site hold, using the castle barricades, for example, as, you know, just setting things up, and then hopefully you're going to be able to hold them extremely well. That will be, of course, in towards the open area where they reinforce the open area hatches above, and they will then also leave some of the site hatches soft so they can retreat and have a good exit if needed as well. That hatch that is being shown right there. So, yeah, again, seen it before from G2. It's just going to waste a lot of time, a lot of utility. And I would hope, if I know what G2 are going to do, you would expect the people who then get paid to know what G2 are going to do, the analyst team for Liquid, they should have no issues with this.
No, I'm sure they're going to be well aware. Palu going to be on the drones, just setting up the marble staircase, making sure that's all clear, checking out. And again, good attention to detail here. Liquid, of course, were hit hard on Clubhouse once or twice from players that had not been drawn, so just making sure that's not going to be the case. And to be honest, the intel game is maybe something G2 could look to improve on. There's still 6 drones left alive here, halfway through the round. If they could take a few more of those away, it could have a big impact on Liquid.
Another thing I want to pinpoint is that castle barricade that is on the bottom floor, that double door looking in towards red. Very strong castle barricade if you know that it's there and you can work around that. What that will do is it will stop the utility dump that we like to talk about that goes down in towards red corridor. Red corridor is where all your C4s, your smokes, all those kind of operators, they're going to be playing in that position. If you block it off, then they're safe. That means they can deny the plant with very little issue. And a lot of the times we will see teams in the last couple of 10 seconds where things maybe don't work, they will just try and drop the hatch and get some kills. They drop the hatch, they don't just get to look to red. They have to then worry about every other angle, so it's very strong in that regard.
Oh, Benja built a wall. Benja built a
wall.
wall.
Control that they need. They've managed to get the mid floor, but they haven't got.
Oh, Benja!
Doki almost gets caught out by
that's Doki, sorry.
He manages to escape this time. Alamo managing to find Maya, and Liquid are just having to play into difficult positions, and as much as they've taken a reasonable
blue and
amount
dirt.
of control, they haven't taken the key areas
no.
that they needed. Palu manages to find Uno, but the trade is there immediately. Doki looks for his man, but no, it's Alamo to close it out, and that's going to be another
Doki built a
successful
fucking
G2
wall.
defense, and that was pretty comfortable. I've been using this metric lately. It's more of a feeling than a number, but how affected were the players on site? How bothered were the players on site? And the realistic answer in that round is not at all. For all the good work that Liquid did, at no point were any of the players inside a site for G2 ever really troubled.
No. I mean, to be fair, there's a moment there I was worried about Doki. It looked as though he trapped himself in as a nade landed at his feet.
It was that was some real siege timing, was that
one of them? But look, he was safe enough in server. He had the Great Wall of Server, we'll call it, I suppose, where he's just blocked an entirety one side of the server. He just sat behind it. But like I said, G2, they know this map. They know how to work it really, really well. Liquid, I think, just being caught out where I wouldn't say that their lineup. Look, I do think that not having Ying and Grim for both sides is going to be a big issue because those two operators are so strong for the attacks. So I think there is an element of that. That's kind of, you're almost walking into Bank already with one hand behind your back, and it is very difficult to do that. But there is still other operators you can bring that are very strong. You know, immediately I'm thinking, surely Dokkaebi has to be a look-in. You know, Dokkaebi, how strong is that operator to have that?
We're gonna let the tech pod do.
We have, of course, just seen the basement, so that means we'll be going back upstairs.
Oh, and
there we go.
It hit. I'm assuming electric.
No, surely not.
Sure, did it miss?
So I'm pretty sure they had
the
to
lineup
remake the lobby.
Did he throw it?
But it's 3-1 cruelty.
Yeah,
Oh
He's on his drone. We don't know.
We saw him throw it. It must be electric.
Yeah, he did. Bandit tricked it. Unbelievable. Maybe that's why you don't throw a lineup from the clouds.
Maybe that's why you don't do the lineup from the clouds. Too much trust in it. Is it fundamentals? I don't know. Let's see how the round goes before we start to piece those together. I wouldn't say so. Forest putting the pressure. Now, when you try and do this clear across the top, what you're looking at is the cutoff point, which is construction. You open up Logi Hatch, You open up this wall, so it means that any players that are sticking around a little bit longer than they should be on towards CCTV and Cash will get caught as soon as they try and pass that terrain. There's nothing comfortable for them. That is the player they're pinging out on top rafters. How long is too long? Well, that's actually down to the pressure SSG can put down. As long as they feel comfortable, they can sit there. It has to be a problem that's removed. And look at all 5 players of SSG trying to encircle this position. There's one on the top red. Toski's on his cam here holding on. The wall is being breached, but a minute later than it should be. Finally, they can try and force out this player. They win the first onto the...
Why is Ivan
breach.
there?
Ivan's caught. The blinds come. Toski's caught as well, just sprinting.
So much better from SSG.
No, he tried to get back to his
there.
spot,
You've got
but
the kill
J9
coming in
just
from
cuts him
Falls
off
onto Ivan.
in time.
You've got Tusky going down. There was stuns coming in. There was a player pushing him at the right moment. You've got that pressure coming in from Breach. Yes, Fultz has won his one there, and that's what's opened the round up. But it's the immediate teamwork that comes off the back of it. The only problem that I can foresee right now is that they've got 40 seconds to try and get this job done. Fortunately for SSG,
Breach is
there are no
open.
smokes
Ashen's
left.
sitting on highway
There's also
windows.
no
They're about to
C4.
use
So there is a
all
very
the
good
forest
chance that
zones.
they're able to get this over the
But
line.
Ashen goes
They need to
down, but
trade out
J9
these
gets the
numbers.
trade.
Does stop Pyrox before he starts threading multiple kills together. He was the last
I
player
got
on the back end. Is iconic. Mason approach up main. Now the kit is going to
Oh
be
my God,
trying
do they
to
know
force in
he's
here from
here?
Jim, but 20
Who is that,
seconds
Pro
for us.
Bandit
He's got to
Pro?
get off that last Rotero drone and try and get himself
Whoa.
inside the fight. The single player behind the chassis is protected by one of those. The swing of Matumbo gets one to his pistol for the next. They have to change window. Roby's able to get himself in the position 1 versus 2. The kit is cold. 3 seconds. They find the fight, J90. He was quiet a bit before this point, but loud as anything when you need him.
That really came down to the wire there. SSG will be lost without J90 in that round. Having the foresight, having the initiative to push through and to pick up those final 2 kills. Again, it came down to being scrappy. I commented, the only problem I can foresee is there's 40 seconds left. There's no denial, but the positioning isn't great. And on the flip side, the positioning of the players from Cruelty was fantastic. They were exactly where they needed to be. Awkward, horrible positions that take a bit of rooting out.
Yep.
Matumbo picking up a kill as he was full white flashed obviously helps matters, but it was still a very close fought round, and a round that SSG only narrowly managed to clinch.
We're back. See you later, Cruelty.
Look, I'm a little bit shocked, again, that maybe Monty doesn't see a look in here for open area, because he is so strong at just walking in through the double door of kitchen, getting in behind the bomb chassis and finding it absolutely free. As I've said that, I see a Monty locked in. So hopefully it stays, and I don't...
Both lobbies got remade. God damn.
We'll see, you know, where that Monty is put to use. We will keep a close eye on that as we get into things. But as you say, it was a site that they were unable to win last time around. It's a little bit of a gamble of a site choice, I think, from G2. You kind of got that top floor that you've already won. You maybe go there, you've got your 4-1, you've got your 4 that you want for that half. You want a minimum 4-2 here. But it's one of I'm not going to criticise it as a choice, because if they come away and win this and then they've got that top floor to go to for the 5-1, then yeah, it's a brilliant choice.
So immediately I can just tell from the operator selection that Liquid have, this is going to be very by the book. It's going to be a very minimalistic take where you're looking to control square. You're looking to do maybe just a little bit of soft destruction, but that's really it. You're not interested in archives and tellers. You're not interested in taking towards lobby. All you need to do is just take what I mentioned. You have the gridlock to cover off the flanks, which is going to help them out a lot, as we know, especially for that bottom blue stairs as well. You need to try and cover off that area. That's always an area that we see defenders try and creep up in towards. But if you can get the ace in towards square, he can open up the quad wall. You open up the quad wall, you have the long angles on your side, and then your Monty can walk in like I mentioned. So this should be a very easy, minimalistic take from Liquid.
Doki on the Solus there, just watching towards electrical, and if he had his scanner activated, which I think he did, he's going to see the droning going on. He will have seen the actual drone coming across as it is doing now, the Flores drone, but he will have seen the regular drone as well. So Doki should be screaming out to his team here. They're stacking up around electrical. They're going to push electrical in through double door. Benja, he manages to pick up Maya, and that information is obviously coming in from Doki there, because you can see G2 lining themselves up, getting onto that archives window, ready to challenge into it.
The only issue, as mentioned before, with the quad wall, if it's not opened up, then Doki can do this. You can't plant their Lagonas. You have missed a step. Doki gives himself up, and oh no, Ben just swings as well. The wall was muted. They didn't even realize that they couldn't open up the quad wall either. And Liquid have been punished for it now.
What is Lagonis doing though?
But I think as he heads up there, the G2
He's planting with no coverage.
Towards site. Nesk is just cautiously having a look across. Only 2 around on site. No, 3. Yeah, so as I was saying, one has just returned down those main stairs. But how much time is that going to burn? There's only 50 seconds left to go. How long is it going to take Nesk to realize there's nobody else on the top floor? He's gone to the hatch. He's been cut down. Palu is left all alone. Alamai manages to find the long kill, and that is going to be G2 taking another round. As I said, coming into it, little bit of a gamble on the site, having already lost it. But if they win it, you then look and think, what a great move, what a genius play, because now they've got a top floor to go to that they've already won, and that looks to lock them in the 5-1. So a really well managed game coming out from G2 here on Bank, I think.
Yeah, I mean, look, Liquid missed a step. Didn't open up that wall.
Yeah,
we need
big mistake.
Quad wall open. We don't know. We don't hear them. Even if we did, I don't speak Portuguese. I don't know about you, but maybe.
About 10 words.
About 10 words. But the wall needs to be opened up. And the thing is as well, I was going to mention before we just seen the planter try and walk in by himself, I was even going to mention they're going to have an issue with getting that wall open if Benji is in Tellers and Archives. He can just shut off the Selma charges, so they haven't even addressed that issue. Liquid have just tried to skip a step, and that's where they've faltered. Like I said, the attack they were going for is the attack I like. It's the attack that works. It is a safety attack. It will get you a round win. But if you don't do it correctly, you're not going to win it.
We've just had the tactical timeout coming from Liquid there, and you look at the players and it just looks like the energy's just down a little bit. Like they came out of Clubhouse and they were so hyped up and they just got the big win, and now it just feels like they're kind of in limbo, in a little bit of a position of like, you know, what do we do? We've got nothing to bring to this, and at the minute it looks like G2 could potentially just cruise away with this, to be honest. 5-1 half, grab a couple of attacks. You know, honestly, I think Liquid are going to really struggle here, and they're going to be looking towards Nighthaven.
Yeah, 5-1 is difficult for any side to come back from, because you're not allowed to make mistakes at that stage. You're just not, and I think whenever we're dealing with 2 teams that, yes, haven't had the greatest of stages where they have looked weak, whenever it comes to international events, they tend to do well. And they are still all great players. If let's say if both these teams went FA tomorrow, let's say they all disbanded, how many players from this lobby would be picked up immediately for teams? 10. That's the way you look at it from that perspective. They're all
11 out of 10 players would be picked up.
That's the way you have to look at both of these teams. And because of how highly we rate them, whenever they're against each other, they're not going to give each other any breathing room whatsoever.
Oh no,
they're going to demand perfection from each other.
And that's what I love about this game so far. Every mistake that we've seen has been punished. For every negative, there is always a positive, because the other team just immediately step on it and crush them. And it's been great from both of them. Looking towards that potential map 3, we have to start thinking about it, because it's becoming very possible at this point with the lead that G2 are developing. Nighthaven Labs, it is a favourite of Liquid, so G2, they need to be coming out of this, for me, as strong as possible. Get that 7-1, 7-2, really put Liquid on the back foot, really get in their heads before you go into that map.
Well, I think Alamau's got in the head of Paulo. He has ran out of garage on the Oryx and eliminated him off the lobby rappel. Oryx is the only one who can do that run out, because he can obviously sprint faster than everyone else using the Ramadash ability. So, yeah, all credit to Alamau. He just finds a cheap trick, and it works for him.
Doki manages to pick up resets. I honestly think that Liquid are almost checked out of this game, because there's just nothing that they can do at the minute. They do manage to take down Doki. Maya is up above and catches him on his way back in, but still, Doki has got to a point of nearly halfway through the round. He's got his kill, he's wasted time, he's done everything that he needed to do. Nesk manages to take down that Yokai drone, just removing some of the utility from G2, and Liquid just have a little bit of breathing space here, whereby they can start thinking about a bit of verticality, trying to find those angles on into sight.
And they have the back, so losing the Ram isn't as big of an issue as what you would probably think it would be, because you do have that secondary soft destruction, and Maya's just going to drop straight in towards open area, but 2 kills from
execute.
Takes out Virtue and Benja. Alamau's also gone, and Unawal by himself. He gets the down on the Nest, but still 2 more to find.
I think he saw him.
Has the diffuser, keep in mind, so that depth isn't going to do much.
Oh!
This is going to get the plant, but a tap from Uno out of nowhere. He's going to switch to the Echo Drone, but it's not enough time. Lagonis has got the diffuser planted, but again, Uno still has plenty of time to him. He can rotate this Echo Cam into a position where his teammate can use that for information, but the HP, both of them are dead to each other's guns.
This is absolutely unreal. What a 1v1 finish that we're going to see here to round 6. Lagonis just holding his angle.
He knows. The camera! The camera!
1 versus 3! And it all starts
Uno
with
my
a beautiful one-tap into open area. And Uno, he rescues round 6, and he looks cool as a cucumber doing it.
By the way, that is the most excited we have ever seen Uno. Ever! He's finished.
And he still looks super cool.
Not a happy people.
He still looks super cool.
Oh.
Love to see
Live
it.
Uno reaction. Clutched a 1v3 against Liquid.
Nah.
Yeah. Mate. Been here before.
Excellent stuff from G2. Honestly, this really so far has been a tale of 2 teams. Liquid looking so good on Clubhouse, but G2 showing that they too have big performances in them. We always knew that a phase 1 matchup between G2 and Liquid was going to be a special thing. We always knew that it was going to be hard fought.
But this.
It looks right now, we will see as we start getting G2 onto the attack. But
Oh, he saw his
it
leg.
looks right now as if we are heading for the map 3 that I think everybody wanted.
Look at that. Can't do that anywhere else. He's right here. Where's Waldo? He's here. I found Waldo. Here he is.
That's the best part about land, because he's right here.
He's
He's
right
right
here. I love the fact that even the diffuser got planted, the fact that Uno took the time to set up the camera, which I thought was very, very important to do that in that situation, and even more so to predict that he would run to open area. Well, if he just went to square, he wouldn't know.
The thing is, that's the sort of thing that you can learn from, that you can take away for your ranked games at home, because it's easy in a 1v1, diffuser down, to think, I'm limited time, I've got to go and find this kill, I've just got to get going. And it's easy to get drawn into that.
That's a long time.
You've got 45, take your 7 off for the diffuser, you've got 38 seconds, use them. And you've just seen taking 5 or 10 seconds to reposition that Yokai drone was very possibly the difference. It's not to say he wouldn't have won it, but it's very possibly the difference between winning it and losing it. If your teammates are zoned in and they're looking at that and they're giving you that info, bang, you should be able to win your 1v1.
It's the difference between a 50-50 gunfight and a guaranteed gunfight.
Exactly.
Because he gets the guarantee now. He knows exactly where he is, whereas a 50-50, it could be a case of he looked right instead of looking left. You know, that's one of them.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's just it's a great example of how you can, you know, take what these players do and take it away and improve your own game at home. So we're going to see the Tuberai being used on both hatches there, just to try and keep them close for a little bit longer. It's not going to work any further than past a minute as we get that one open up. The next one will likely go soon as well. Alamai just signalling that it's currently Tuberai, and he's going to be waiting for that to clear.
Get the Maverick in, I think.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Cade is there as well, so you will have to resort to using Virtue and his trusty blowtorch. Benja, nothing in the back hatch. That is easy enough for him to get opened up, and here comes Virtue. Should have no issues whatsoever. The only issue I would have, though, is I've noticed as well with obviously the changes with the kind of lineups that you have now, being C4 whenever you're doing a hatch, it happens sometimes as well. So there is a way to do it where you don't get hit at all by any projectiles, but you always do have to be extremely careful. And yeah, I think Virtue's done a great job at that. You can see Maya is fishing for it, but no, nothing comes off, and he gets punished from it. And that is just because Virtue probably would have heard him just shuffling his feet every few seconds.
Yep, great stuff there from Alamo, just teaming up with Virtue, using that intel once again. Something G2 have done really well this game is use that information, use that intel. We saw it with Uno on the clutch, we see it there for the entry. They're just taking every advantage. Virtue drops down into server, they know that Palu's playing here. He goes to the shotgun, he's in a tricky position, both sides of him. And this is what I was talking about when we saw Bank earlier. Get down, get both sides, and there is nothing that the Blue Stairs player can do. Palu going to be cut down 5 versus 3.
Great stuff from G2. You take out Blue now. 20 seconds on the clock, it's not a lot of time, but you do have the man advantage along with the full utility uses of the Capital flashes as well. In goes the smokes, in goes the flames, in goes the players of G2 as they need to try and get the plant out. And C4 will stop the plant from happening, and kills come back now for Liquid, a 2 versus 2. Virtue though on the backstab takes out Ness. No, not Ness, he's the only one left as those resets who gets eliminated. And now Ness
nice.
clutch up, but he can't do it. 1v2 not in the cards for Ness this time around. Virtue with 2 mega important kills.
Particularly here on Bank, but of course we had a couple of rounds on Clubhouse that were the same. I feel like Liquid today maybe being a little bit too reliant on those clutch moments, those big hero plays from, you know, individuals having to pick up 2 or 3 kills to get them back into a round, and it's starting to tell because there are fewer and fewer rounds that you're going to win like that. And G2, now that they're on their map, now that they're on Bank, are starting to really punish those situations. Liquid did well to fight it back to a 2v2, but G2, nope. We're digging our heels in. We're going to start planting that diffuser. We're going to close this round out. It goes 6-1. The question now, of course, is can they close this out any quicker than Liquid did? Liquid was 6-1 on Clubhouse, and they let G2 back into it a little bit. Whereas G2 need to send a message now and say, no, we're the ones that are able to close games out. We're the ones that are here to do the business and just get this done. 7-1, send a message.
Just doesn't seem to be any energy from Liquid. It's just not there as what we've seen. Like the first opening, I'd say 3 rounds of Clubhouse, Liquid were up for it, and you know, they were ready, and it just
the energy has definitely dropped off.
And I wouldn't say G2 have looked overly excited. They just seem a lot more relaxed than what they were. Like, whenever you see them on Clubhouse, it looked as though that just the nerves were like getting to them a little bit, and it's like, don't tell me this is happening already. It's too early for this to already be happening to G2. We know that'll come. You know, we always know that at one point G2 will just look completely out of it, and it's, you know, somebody just found a set of ghosts in the cabinet. It's
I've said it countless times. At every tournament, the team that goes on to win it, every team will have a bad day. The point is having that bad day at the right time. It's having that bad day at the right time and either doing it when you don't have to get the win or being able to get the win even on that bad day. Just it's about how you deal with it.
Don't have a bad day on the grand final this Sunday.
Oh my god.
Oh my word. Now he makes up for it. What a double kill. Oh my word. Don't have anyone seen that. I nearly just took out Tim with a right hand as I flew it back. Sorry, Tim.
On my left side, I can't
hold
you from
That's true, you can't see me.